Hello, I'm Nicholas Berggruen. Welcome. Thank you for being here with us on a very sunny. I mean, you shouldn't be here. You should be looking at gardens, the water, and beautiful art. But you've made a choice, and the choice is to be with us. So we are grateful, and the choice is to be with some extraordinary thinkers and artists. And I have to thank the extraordinary Ulrich Obrist, who, in a way that I think nobody else is doing or has done, brings so many thinkers, minds, cultures, ways of thinking and creating together. And he's done it many times. This is a mini marathon, as he calls it. By most standards, that's a real marathon. And it'll be a marathon of ideas. So thank you for joining us in doing this here at Palazzo Diedo. Palazzo Diedo is something that Berggruen Arts and Culture dreamt of maybe a couple of years ago. Mario Codognato kindly found this building, a building that he's been attached to for many years. And after about a year and a half, it's still not done, but it's here ready for you, so it's sort of done. I think it's an extraordinary idea, because we've invited artists in Venice to create, not just to show their art, but also to produce art and to create it so that it's here permanently. At some time, when you get bored or tired or want to stretch your legs, go upstairs. There are 2 floors, 2 piano nobile, and also mezzanines on both sides with art that has been contributed over the last few months. There's an amazing, very dramatic Shugimoto ceiling here, Mariko Mori right next door. Then we have the sterling rubies. You have a work by Aya Takano right there, and Lu Wei is the entrance. And as you go up, there are marvels everywhere, including the historic ceilings and some frescoes that are incredible. So I urge you to go. And today, just unveiled this morning, is a staircase that has been created especially for Palazzo Diedo by Carsten Höller. So you'll see, if you haven't drunk anything and you feel drunk, it's the staircase. And it's quite an experience. I urge you to go. Adriana Rispoli, who's here, is the one who put it all together. So I have to thank her. I have to thank Mario Codognato for making Palazzo Diedo what it is. The reason why we can do this is Lorenzo Marsili. And Lorenzo is the person who is running the Berggruen Institute's European effort. And the idea behind the European effort of the Berggruen Institute is to do exactly what we're doing here. In the last few days, we brought some of the people who are going to be tortured or empowered by Hans Ulrich and Lorenzo. We were lucky enough to be able to talk about important things over the last few days. And that's part of what we do here at the Institute. And you'll see they come from all parts of the world. And they have different thinking, each one of them in a very distinct way. So we are lucky that they've been with us. They will be with us here today. But what Lorenzo and Berggruen Institute in Europe is doing is bringing thinkers from around the world to think about the subjects that we care about at the Institute, which is democratic reforms, capitalist reforms, relations between the West and China. We have a center in Los Angeles. We have a center in Beijing on purpose, the opposites. And now Venice, because it's sort of a crossroads and more neutral. And then we think about who are we becoming with technologies that are self-transformative, meaning we can change our own nature as humans. Gene editing, AI, quantum computing. So these are the kind of things that Lorenzo and his team are exploring, and we're going to explore them in the real world with you today. in the hands of Hans Ulrich and Lorenzo. In addition, there will be music, there will be some performances, so it'll be active, and you'll judge, and hopefully get something from it. So thank you. Grazie.
Buonasera, good evening, welcome, benvenuti, benvenute. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you to our participants who have been through a marathon already for the last 36 hours. We have kept them in the headquarters of the Berggruen Institute Europe on the other side of Venice in the Casa dei Tre Occhi, now a Casa delle Idee, a house of ideas, to think and produce together around the theme of universality, universalism, and new universals. I want to thank Nicholas for his introduction. I also want to thank Giulia Carbone, Gaia Remor, the two people who have made it possible concretely for us to be here today, and in fact for us to have a week-long of activities. And I'd like to also thank the intellectual fellows of the Institute, Niccolò Milanese, Mio, Georg Dietz, without whose help we wouldn't have been able to prepare intellectually this week long of programming. I want also to thank and perhaps explain Ruth Kemna, our composer and musician, who will be playing the Universal tonight. The sound that you heard introducing Hans Ulrich and I is literally the sound of words that we have written on a musical notation that you have seen projected on the screen until now. And we have asked all of our participants over the last couple of days to respond to the question, what is universalism? On a post-it, which forms part of Hans Ulrich's long-standing collection of post-it reflections, on a post-it that has a musical notation on it. And Ruth Kemna, who is a viola player, who is a contemporary composer, will be playing the music that emerges out of their responses on this musically annotated post-it. So there will be a certain leitmotif. We take this inspiration from Richard Wagner, who died only a few meters from here, in introducing each character in our opera of the Universal with his or her own leitmotif. It's going to be long tonight, and I think you know this. I'm going to very briefly tell you who it is that we're going to be bringing up on stage, and then pass the word to Hans Ulrich to get started. We will begin with Souleymane Bachir Diagne, move on to Margaret Levi, invite Alexander Kluge, Arturo Escobar, Manthia Diawara, Wang, Barbara Cassin, Ece Temelkuran, Pankaj Mishra. You will then have a little break on the marathon because there will be a lecture performance by Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst, which will then lead to more marathon with Mamadou Diouf, Nadia Kisukidi, Zhang Xudong, Carlo Rovelli, Yuk Hui, Frédérique Ait Touati, and last but not least, Emanuele Coccia. I will pass the word to Hans Ulrich. I'm forever grateful for the pleasure of working with you and of spending the last 36 hours with you discussing about universalism and making our guests' life more pleasant but also more tiring.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo. I also want to thank Nicolas for everything Nicolas does, really, with this extraordinary institution to create togetherness, to bring different disciplines, generations, fields of knowledge together, not only through events like today, but also, as mentioned in Nicolas' introduction, through workshops, through laboratories, and all kinds of other new formats. I want to thank the amazing team here at the Berggruen Institute, and thank you, Lorenzo, for the amazing dialogue of the last 36 hours, but also of the last 2 years. We speak almost every week, and it sort of began really last year when we did the first marathon here, and actually it was an experience where we brought together, as always with the marathon, practitioners from different fields, and it's a format I started in 2005 because as a museum director and curator, I observed that whenever we organize a lecture with a visual artist, the visual art world shows up. When we organize a lecture with literature, the literature world shows up. When we organize a lecture with architects, because we also do architecture at the Serpentine, the architecture world shows up. And we wanted to come up with a format which in a way breaks that and creates not only a togetherness of many speakers from different fields, but also of different audiences from different fields. That we basically bring different worlds together, different generations. As Grace Lee Boggs always said, it's about bringing generations together also. And so it's ever since 2005, it began in a theater festival in Stuttgart, and then at the Serpentine, and ever since in many different parts of the world. And it really is this idea that I think if we want to address the big topics and challenges of the 21st century, we can only do that if we go beyond the fear of pooling knowledge and break down silos of different disciplines. And in order to do that, I think we need new formats. And the marathon is one. But here, as Lorenzo said, it is not only the marathon, because we've spent with all the extraordinary speakers, philosophers, thinkers, artists, 36 hours here together. We've had many different moments. We're going to explain the post-it which Lorenzo and I wrote throughout the marathon. It sort of started with a Diagne hypothesis, then went to the Levi framework. There was also a moment of an insurgency where our own format was questioned and led actually to a new format. So just to say also, it is all about inventing and coming up with new formats of producing knowledge. Here we go, the Diagne hypothesis, the Levi framework, and then this sudden insurgency which really came from the ground. Now, we also wanted to say maybe very briefly how it all started with this topic of what is universalism. It is something which both Lorenzo and I have been interested in for a very long time. I have had endless conversations on these topics with Edouard Glissant. Lorenzo is working on a book about concrete universalism, and that is of course very fascinating because I've been working a lot on concrete utopia with people like Jonas Friedman. So it's been something we've been working with for a long time. And then last year in the first marathon we organized together at the Berggruen Institute, we basically kept coming back to what we called the Diagne question. We were very inspired by, and are very inspired by Souleymane Diagne, by all the amazing things he has written on the topic of universalism, above all in a recent amazing book, Le Fagot de ma mémoire, which is an autobiography about to be translated into many languages. For the moment it's out in French. And we can see there that Diagne talks about universalism as a question. He celebrates the irreducible plurality of cultures and languages and looks at the universal not as an imperial imposition, but as an inscription of the plurality of the world. And that is really something we wanted to start with. And we started with questions. Can we still speak of universal values and universal truths? How can we imagine a new philosophical basis for a post-globalization, post-Eurocentric, and in many ways post-liberal world? Can planetary community of faith be forged through shared responses to common challenges? So all of these were questions we began with, and we thought that it would be great to start today's marathon with the writer and philosopher who inspired us, with Souleymane Diagne, and we should give him a very warm welcome.
And that's his note.
Thank you so much. So, Souleymane, maybe we could begin with you telling us a little bit about your score you wrote, which we just could listen to.
Well, I chose this philosopher Leibniz to represent with this model of what he calls monadology, to represent aspects of what I think about what universality is. And it seems to me that Leibniz's notion of monadology, that is to say that you have the word is a word of monads. Monads, in a way, are separate words themselves. As he famously put it, monads have no windows, no doors. In a way, they are closed on themselves, self-enclosed monads. But at the same time, each of them expresses the totality of the universe, more or less clearly, but it expresses it. And this is how they communicate. They are, in the plural, you have a plurality of monads, but at the same time, they are organized in such a way that they inter-express each other. This inter-expression of each other I understand as a way of saying that translation is always possible. You can always bridge the difference between experiences, between ways of seeing the word through translation. Translation, in a way, is what reconstitutes our unity as a humanity. If we take seriously the narrative of Babel, we are the result of Babel. When we were arrogant, God punished us by destroying the tower that we were building, and at the same time, the punishment went towards fragmentation. We were fragmented into the differences of cultures and languages that characterize our human condition. Our human condition is to be fragmented into tribes and nations. And when I say tribes and nation here, I am looking at the Muslim equivalent of the Babel Tower. You do not have a Babel narrative in Islamic tradition, but the equivalent of that is to say a verse that says, we have created as nations and tribes. So in both cases, our condition, our human condition, is to be different, is to be fragmented into tribes and nations. And it is our responsibility to create humanity out of our fragmentation into tribes and nations. And this is the reason why I just evoked that model, one possible model of what it means to be at the same time a fragment and to be also expressing the totality, which is a way of being myself a totality in spite of being a fragment, and communicating when communication itself seems impossible because of that fragmentation. Overcoming the curse of Babel through translation, reinventing the language that we all speak, which is none of the languages, the human languages that we know, because otherwise that would be imperialism or colonialism of a language that decides I am the universal language, but through translation understood as the language of languages. So monads and monadology as the monad of monads seems to me something that you can compare to translation as the language of languages.
But can I ask you, why is it our responsibility? You say it's our responsibility to move beyond tribes and to reclaim a common humanity. And I would, of course, instinctively agree with you, but many would not. Many would argue that actually a world that is fragmented in different nation states that reclaim their civilizational pride and place in the world after the imposition of Western values and Western universality is actually a better world. Why do you think we need to reclaim universality?
Absolutely. That is a very good question, because we are living in a time of universalism skepticism, as I would call it. either people are just mad at the use of the word, or they are very skeptical of it. Mad at the use of the word, they say universalism is ipso facto imperialism. There is no other universal than the universal of imperialism, the universal that imposes itself upon the rest of humanity. And of course, this was European universalism, founded upon a notion of European exceptionalism. The idea that universality has chosen, has elected Europe to be its site, and then Europe has the mission of bringing universal values to the rest of the world. This is a justification of all forms of imperialism and colonialism, of course, and I understand that. Now, to go from there to this radical refusal of the very word seems to me going too far. Now, that is one aspect. The second aspect is the skepticism. Someone who would just say, well, why do we need universalism in the first place? Why do we need the universal? Why do we need, among universal values, the first of them, which is humanity? Is there such a thing as humanity? I see differences, but a kind of concept of humanity is something empty. It is true that for our tribes, as I would call them, we have an instinct for that. We do have an instinct for the tribe that we are. I have an instinct for my people, meaning the people who look like me, who speak the same language, who have the same religion, etc., etc. It looks like we do not have the same kind of instinct for humanity. So can we just from our tribe expand it in such a way that at the end we reach humanity? So I would say, of course I love my people, and then I love my clan, and then I love my neighborhood, I love my nation, and then you will be exhausting your capacity to love before you get out of your own nation state, before you would reach the other end of the planet and embrace humanity. So we do need something different when it comes to humanity. And why do we need it? Why do we need it? Two things. Let me give you two examples of what it means that we need it. First of all, Hannah Arendt famously wrote that one never loses the right of having rights. What she had in mind at that time was all the refugees that were just roaming around Europe after World War II. No, those refugees, just like immigrants today, were not under the protection of a nation state. And our rights go through the nation states. If something happens to me in this country, and nothing is going to happen to me, I mean, I've been benefiting from the hospitality, but in a way I should be calling my embassy, as if my rights would be defended by the nation state of which I am a citizen. What happens if you are, as the saying goes in Arabic, a child of the road, which is the way of calling someone who is. So who is defending the rights of the children of the road? Well, you want them to have rights just because they are human. So the rights to come from humanity and not from the nation state to which they belong. So you see here that humanity has a real value, and therefore is something that you can touch. Of course you do not have an instinct for humanity, but here is a case where the notion of humanity as a regulative principle, as a horizon, is meaningful because you are saying that my rights should come from this nation state called humanity and not from any nation state because I belong to none of those. This is one example. The other example I wanted to have also was the example of South Africa. 1994, South Africa. Coming out of apartheid, what does it mean to come out of a regime which was a regime of tribes? The nation was organized, was not a nation because it was organized around the notion of tribe. You belong to the Afrikaner tribe, you belong to the Zulu tribe, you belong to the... Each tribe had its own Bantustan, and their representation of what South Africa was a juxtaposition of Bantustan. And apartheid, in its etymological meaning, means that human cultures are running along their own lanes. Nobody should step out of their own lane because you do not want to mix up human cultures. How do you get out of that logic of tribes? The end of apartheid could have meant the victory of the oppressed tribes against the Afrikaner tribes and starting a cycle of vengeance. The genius of Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela was to take just a word from the Zulu language, from all Bantu languages, by the way, you find it in all Bantu languages, which is the word Ubuntu. We should not make much fuss around Ubuntu. Ubuntu was just a word, a very banal word, with a large semantic field, meaning being humane, being liberal, being nice, etc., being generous, etc. And it was created and constructed as a concept. When a word becomes a philosophical concept, it means that it is there to help name a problem, formulate it, and address it. And the word Ubuntu did that job of addressing what it meant to have a non-apartheid or a post-apartheid South Africa, replacing the logic of tribe by a logic of a politics of humanity, of a so-called rainbow nation. So this is what the use of a concept is, even though, of course, tribe is the reality and humanity is the horizon or the ideal or the regulative principle.
Thank you so much. Now you write also that the universal has never existed, that it must be constructed. So I wanted to ask you about that. Why has it never existed and what does it mean to construct it? Because it also connects to something you spoke about yesterday and today, where you talk about the universal emerging through a process of universalizing. So you actually talk about a verb. So it would be great to hear what is the process through which it emerges.
Absolutely. Can I be universal by myself, alone? Yes, if I'm thinking 2 + 2 = 4, and the rest of humanity just went crazy and they do not know anymore that 2 + 2 = 4. So I could be alone and still universality be on my side. But that is the only case where you can have universality alone. Universality outside of that is something that you share with other people. Nothing can be universal if it is not inclusive. You cannot have a province of the world deciding I am universal and everybody has to sort of adjust to my own universality. This is why I say universalism is never existed. It existed only at a time when all nations on the earth became independent nations, and you can say, let's sit down and work together what it means for us to be one single humanity faced by many different challenges. Having said that, you have, and you at one point asked us to look at a glossary and look at the words for universalism. You have many words and many concepts that share roughly the same meaning, where the semantic fields of those words overlap. Internationalism would be one of those. We had a wonderful example earlier in our conversations about a union that would care about something that was happening at the other end of the earth. But that is what unions do when you think of universal as internationalism. After all, proletarians from all countries unite is exactly what it says. So it is not surprising that a union would have this sense of the unity of the proletariat, as the proletariat was supposed in that kind of ideology of being to be the universal class. That is a form of it. You have another form. Cosmopolitanism is another way of talking about universalism. And cosmopolitanism has two sides. One side would be a post-national type of unity, in the meaning given to cosmopolitanism by Kant, for example, going towards a federation of states, going beyond our fragmentation into nation states. Or the cosmos as such, our planet, it would have the meaning of planetization. And here is where the notion of the challenges that we are facing is to be taken into account. We have to think of our planet as our home. We have to give to the word cosmopolitics that etymological meaning of a politics for the cosmos, a politics for our planet in general, and all these different meanings, internationalism, cosmopolitanism, are part of what we put behind the word universalism. And we have to be sure of which figure of universalism we are pointing towards when we say the universal.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Souleymane. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Thank you. You have to be faster with this. And this beautiful score was written by Margaret Levi. Margaret, it is such a pleasure and an honor to have you here. As you've seen, our own musical notation had the Diagne hypothesis and the Levi framework written on it. But let me begin by asking you about your post-it note. Maybe we can bring it back on the screen. And to tell us how you responded on this note to the question, what is universalism?
Well, as I was listening to the very interesting discussion by a variety of the people who were participating over the last few days, thank you, it became very clear to me that universalism is a hope. We have some optimism that it might still be possible to create a universalism or find some universal values, that it might be possible to organize people around and to find that common humanity that is within us. So that's what I'm really addressing there, is the optimism, the possibility, and the idea of creating some kind of solidarity or some basis for solidarity that would actually be a basis for action and change, which is what I think a lot of us are interested in doing. So it wouldn't be the old universalism, it would be something new.
You have a fan club outside, Margaret. Not just that, you have a fan club outside.
Hello.
Thank you so much. And actually, Souleymane mentioned, of course, the discussion we had earlier today about your work, but then led us to frame the, or to phrase the Levi framework with the unions, where basically you worked with and studied the longshore workers of the west coast of the US and also in Australia, and looked there at the collaborative process that allowed them actually to make also sacrifices, but at the same time also make decisions which people made together, which otherwise would never agree. No, and you said basically that these longshore workers who load and unload ships basically were able to create a community of faith, and you called it an expanded community of faith and also an inclusive community of faith. So I wanted to ask you to explain that to us.
Sure. So the work that I did on the labor unions, I want to slightly disagree with Bachir here, because it is true that this particular set of unions was informed by the ideology of the international working class, but they were in sharp contrast, particularly the American version of this, to other American unions that had stopped thinking about that were really thinking only about their wages, their hours, their working conditions, totally legitimate things to be thinking about. After all, they were unions trying to improve their working conditions and material situation, but they weren't thinking about others and how to act in the interest of others, which is the title of the book, from which the notion of community of fate, not faith, but fate, destiny, shared destiny, comes from. But what they did in these unions was through a variety of very democratic institutions and arrangements that allowed them to challenge the information that was given by their leaders and given by other members of the unions, to then have conversations and make decisions to act on behalf of others who were very far distant, who would never be able to reciprocate directly, but who were suffering in some way. So the motto of this union, which is an old motto that they adopted, is an injury to one is an injury to all. So that's what motivated them. If it could happen to them, it could happen to us. And they then decided when to engage in very costly political actions that wouldn't help them win their own benefits. So they would pay very high cost, possibly jail time, possibly losing their jobs, certainly losing some income, in order to act. And in their case, what action meant was to not load arsenals that were, or material for warfare that were going to Japan to help them in the pre-Second World War days, after they had taken over Manchuria and part of China, or to protect Indonesian peasants from Dutch armaments during the Indonesian Revolution. So these were costly actions on behalf of others. So I saw that as the proof of the possible, not as the question then was, how do you expand that to other kinds of circumstances? The first thing that came to mind, of course, was climate change. And we do see lots of evidence that there are expanded and inclusive communities of fate. We all have communities of fate, let's be clear. We all have families, we all have friends, we all have people that we will make sacrifices for. But how do we evoke from ourselves the possibility of acting on behalf of people who are strangers and who we do not have a connection with, but who we might have some shared destiny with? So obviously climate change came to mind, but that turns out to be a tough case, because people are already very invested in ideas about whether there is or isn't climate change, about what's causing it. So I wanted to find an easier problem to begin with, to sort of think through this as a social scientist. And COVID came along. I thought, there's a circumstance. I wrote a piece for Noema and predicted that COVID would lead to this expanded and inclusive community of faith. And as I said earlier, like many predictions that political scientists made, I was dead wrong. It might have initially done that, but it soon broke up into lots of political debate. I then thought harder about the question, and what I came to was trying to find something, starting at the local, very local level, as it were, where we're relating to each other human to human. And I thought about, and then start to use that as a basis of organizing people, mobilizing people, to think in larger senses about how they're connected to each other so they can then act together on other things as well. And the thing that came to mind was care. We all are subjects of care. We've all been babies. There's a baby here. Holly's baby is here. We're all paying attention to the baby in some way or another. We all need care at some point. Many of us provide care at some point. And care is a concept that extends beyond just thinking about the humans. I work very closely with some Australian Aboriginal artists, and they have a strong notion of caring about their land, their waters, their sea, the species that exist there. That's part of their notion of care and what we owe each other. So that is what I'm exploring now, is how to think about care and caregiving as a basis for an expanded and inclusive community of faith, something that creates empathy among us and allows us to think about each other in a much more human-to-human way and to get beyond the tribal instinct that tends to dominate so much of the world.
Thank you, Margaret. And I'm reminded of the sentence that stands on the facade of the International Labour Organization in Geneva, which is precisely the quote that you mentioned. An injury to one is an injury to everyone. And it seems to me that we've gone so terribly backwards at times in the last 100 years. I'm thinking of the United Workers of the World, the trade union that had cosmopolitical inclinations. But I want to ask you to maybe help us picture what inhabiting a world of common faith would look like. Because sometimes I get the feeling that having simple, concrete examples of what it would look like to be there can orientate even a desire towards actually getting there. And so my question is whether you can help us, you can give us one or two examples of what this cosmopolitical inclination of care, perhaps, or responding to the commonality of the faith that health emergencies has uncovered would look like. One or two very simple, perhaps, concrete examples of this.
Good. So one example that comes to mind, which is, I believe, realized in Denmark as one site where it's been happening, is creating neighborhoods that look like the kind of thing that Jane Jacobs, the very famous American urban thinker, thought about, where you close off the street. It could be apartment buildings around it, but it could be houses with yards. And people are watching out for each other. They begin to know each other. They begin to develop something that looks like a real community of exchange among themselves. And these are intergenerational. So the older people may be watching after the children while the parents have to run off to the grocery store to take care of one of the kids needs to go to the doctor. And the families are looking after the older people in the neighborhood. So that's a very concrete example where you begin at a local level. It requires some architecture and some design, but it also requires people beginning to notice each other and looking beyond their front door at those who are outside that door. Another kind of very concrete example, well, maybe I should elaborate the union example a little bit because it's one I've studied in depth, whereas the care ones were beginning to develop rather than that I can give you those examples yet. In the case of the unions that I studied, we studied 4 unions, 2 of which did not do this kind of action at all. In fact, they thought the other unions were crazy for paying these kinds of costs in order to help others. But the Longshore Union of the West Coast of the US and the one in Australia did engage in these kinds of behaviors. Now, I should say that they did start with an ideology. Their leadership, at least, had a very left-wing ideology, but their members were very homogenous politically. They really were in the union because that was the best job available to them at the time in the place where they were, and this was during the Great Depression. They would take anything they could get. But what these unions did was build a culture, build a way of thinking about the world and about each other that was totally different than what other unions at that time were doing. They did that through a set of institutional arrangements, so crucial to the notion of an expanded and inclusive community of faith is a set of institutional arrangements that create guardrails about what, how the discussion goes, so that the discussion and deliberation and discursive process, which reaches a decision about a collective action, is done with some level of civility, respect, giving dignity to the participants. And they created institutions which educated their members about the world, so that they were thinking in a positive, universal sense about others and where others were experiencing harm. And then someone would suggest something that had to be fixed, where not loading the ships or embargoing certain kinds of products might make a difference, whether it was South Africa or whether it was pro-abortion, or a whole variety of issues which were not about the members, but really about bringing the members into an engagement on behalf of very different people than themselves.
Thank you so much. Now, for this project and also for the publication, because as we mentioned, this will also be a book. We are also working on a glossary of concepts. That's something which came out also of the last 36 hours, a glossary of concepts with alternative names to universalism. We basically want to find alternative names we can use to put people together or to kind of find a common horizon. So I wanted to ask you to maybe contribute to this glossary.
Well, I think one of so it's not an alternative term to universalism, but these are things that I think must go into a new universalism. And one is really, Bachir has already emphasized that and has emphasized it throughout, which is the kinds of negotiations. That we have to recognize that there are differences. We share a lot of things, but there are also differences among us. And we need their differences in perspective, their differences in identity, and a whole variety of things. So we need a process of negotiating those differences without domination. That's a term that comes from Daniel Allen. Difference without domination. So creating a negotiation, a process that really recognizes that difference without domination and allows people to reach some kind of settlement, and it may be a temporary settlement because the world around us changes. So it's a constant negotiation and renegotiation that is based on difference without domination.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Margaret Levi.
Margaret.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, one of the things which was important for us from the beginning with this marathon is, of course, that in addition to the amazing philosophers, thinkers who are with us, reflecting on the question of universalism, we would also have the presence of artists, as John Latham and Barbara Stavini, when they founded the Artist Placement Group, APG, in the late 60s, said, we always need to have artists at the table. They recommended that every organization, every corporation, every government, every brand would have artists in residence, artists on the board. So we wanted to have artists as an integral part of this project. Yesterday with Julie Meritou, and today, as already announced, we will have the lecture performance by Holly Herndon at Dryhurst. And of course, we have the presence of Alexander Kluge with an exhibition, which you can see here in the Palazzo Diedo, with many different screens. Alexander Kluge made specially new films. These films have a world premiere here for the conference. And of course, also the set of cards. It's not a tarot card set. It's a card set specially developed by Alexander for universalism. And Alexander Kluge, of course, has so many dimensions to his practice. Filmmaking is just one of many. In the mid-50s, he trained as a lawyer, befriended Theodor Adorno, and Adorno advised him to actually make films. Alexander Kluge has, of course, also made books, novels, is a poet, so many dimensions, and we now going to see his post-it. Please give a very warm welcome to Alexander Kluge. Hello, Alexander. We thought to begin with the beginning, that you maybe, as the previous speakers, can explain the post-it to us.
Okay.
There it is.
Here it is. It's back.
Well, I like the music, by the way, very much. Yeah. And look, Universal is a sound of planet Jupiter. This is in my films. Johannes Kepler, the astronomer from 1600, he made music of the planets. And nowadays, the NASA can measure the music of the planets. The noise when such a big body like the Jupiter or the Uranus, yeah, or even the small Mercury, yeah, penetrate space-time. This is awful interesting. And for somebody like John Cage, yeah, it's a treasure, you see. Yeah. It's really the music of the cosmos. And the universe, see, is a universe of the singularities. This is my subject. And all universals have their opposite under their skin. This is my belief. There's no universal without detail, yeah? Without singularities, without the contrary of universal. Each animal by God is blessed by kind of skin that likes its best. This is for children, but it's the truth, you see? And the skin is more reasonable sometimes than our mind. Our mind, our morality, and everything we do only with a head, yeah, makes war, makes a disruptive world as we have it in the moment. To my astonishment, I'm 22 years old, you see? I'm completely surprised, yeah, what happens. But the skin, yeah, feels cold in Russian winter, for instance, when Napoleon retreats from Moscow to France. And the hot ideas in the minds of his soldiers when they come in the summer and march till Moscow, yeah, they are frozen in the ice desert afterwards. Universals are never weatherproof. Yeah? And we have two kinds of universal. Some are ruins, like fraternité in the Russian winter. See, if one comrade takes from the wounded comrade who will be dead at any rate in some days, yeah, he takes a piece of the rib with his knife, you see, and this is not fraternity. There are others, yeah, which are an open construction site. They are necessary, like equality, like traducibility, like communication, like understanding of each other. And there we have to work from the bottom upwards. And there's a third kind of universals, like truth in physics, the truth about the planets, the galaxies, or the microstructure. Yeah, in no TV news, you get something from that. Yeah, but it belongs to our life, and we consist of these things. We are really children of the cosmos. We are very old. Yeah, and this is a consoling idea that till here we are in the empire of evolution. And Adorno, my teacher, yeah, said, if Immanuel Kant says the main sentence of enlightenment is, everybody has to act and to think as if he were a legislator. Then he says, Adorno says, this might be a little bit highbrow. Yeah? This might be all right for Harvard, but not for the Rosy Belt. Yeah? Not for all parts of the world. And therefore, he changes this and said, act and think and act that one could say you have been a good animal. And that's very interesting. Yeah? He does not mean we should be sheep or wolves. Yeah? He means that our breathe, as the atem, top pneuma, yeah? Our heart, our skin, all these are animals. Our ear, yeah, are animals. And we have to respect it. We have to respect the nature from where we come. We have to respect the tools we have made. Yeah? We have to respect ourselves by respecting what we have done on our beautiful earth. And look, this is a very old space here. Yeah? And these are very extreme modern ideas, yeah, which are discussed here. Yeah? I'm very proud to take part in this workshop. And this workshop is not only for these 2 days. It is meant, I think, yeah, as something which goes on and on.
Speaking of which, going on and on, with the help of a game that you have helped create, which is this beautiful set of cards that you have produced for this meeting and, in fact, to go forward. If you can maybe see some cards on the screen, I want to ask you a question emerging from one of them. You have this beautiful lighthouse on the left side, and today, during a conversation in the workshop, you mentioned something that I think is important, which is the multiplication of lighthouses, a certain kind, to quote Edouard Glissant, of archipelago of lighthouses that can orient us as we go forward. Let me say that when I quote Edouard Glissant running a marathon, I have this déjà vu of having incarnated into Hans-Ulrich Obrist, which is very funny, but if I can ask you to bring forward this concept of the archipelago of lighthouses.
Lorenzo, I'm grateful to you because you put 2 cards together. Yeah? This is a correct way to deal with these tarot cards. There you have a tarot card of a lighthouse for those lost in the desert. It is developed by a French artist and architect in the Great French Revolution. This practical revolutioner made 1 exemplar of this lighthouse. Lighthouse for ships, in the storm, exist. But in the Sahel or in the Sahara, when people come from the midst of Africa on the way to the Mediterranean, where they will be drowned, then there would be orientation, a lighthouse. This would be really practical enlightenment. And I like this idea, though it's not, it did not become practical. There's only 1 exemplar in the Louvre, you see, and it never got to Africa. We have a lot of good ideas in our history, which are heterotopia, which are better than the reality that existed. But we didn't fulfill it. And this we should do now. You see, this is the meaning of this workshop here. And this, the other side, is a very interesting project of this beautiful poet, 100 years, 100 years he is dead, Franz Kafka. In the year 1916, exactly when Verdun, the Battle of Verdun, and the slaughtering at the Battle of the Somme took place, he had the project of 1,000 pages text, like the Schloss or others, what he did, or America he made, but with liberty in New York, not with a torch, but with a sword. And this man had the project to describe the retreat of Napoleon from Moscow back to France. He brought his army, the hot minds of his soldiers coming from the French Revolution, see, from Paris, luxury, imagination. We will go to Moscow and afterwards we conquer India. This, as we already did in Egypt, you see, with Africa. Moscow burned, and afterwards he has to retreat in the ice desert of Russia. 800,000 soldiers with horses came to in the summer, on the march to Moscow, and 40,000 without any horse came back. And I'm very curious what he would have if he had executed this project. What it would have meant. And I try always in narration. You can take former projects like Eisenstein, Kafka, etc., and reconstruct them. And we should she should work in these workshops, in this archipelago, this number of several isles, of this lots of academies we need for that. We could work there by thinking, by emotion, by collecting, and by narration. And this is by narration. And this you can see upstairs some examples. Yeah,
you can see the screens, but also we're going to now circulate the cards so that you can all have a look. So maybe exactly we could just have them rotate. And I had one last question. I want to also very specially thank Adriana Respoli, with whom we co-curated these projects. Two very special thanks to Adriana and also to Adele Köchlin, who is the senior researcher on all the projects. We should give them a big round of applause. I want to encourage you to go and see the films, and of course also encourage you to go and see Carsten Höllers. Carsten Höller is with us here. A big round of applause for Carsten. The extraordinary Carsten Höller, who has created, actually, as Nicola said in the introduction, a stairway which Alexander marveled at yesterday, and the door which is 5 degrees shifted, so it is a very, very new, almost vertiginous experience. I wanted to have one last question, Alexander, about the cards, because you said that for these cards you were guided by Souleymane Diagne, who combines the art of translation, logic, mathematics, and epistemology. Now, this connection to Bachir is very interesting because, of course, Bachir mentioned the monadology for our glossary, as an important notion. And you have made many, many films. Ever since we know each other, you work on Leibniz and the monadology. So I thought, as a last question, I wanted to quickly ask you to tell us, for our glossary, why the monadology for you is important in relation to universalism.
I'm very inclined to the philosophy and the work of Souleymane. And there's a lot we can learn. And one thing is very impressive for me. Look, we have at the top of the start of Enlightenment in the 17th century, Descartes. And he says something is either dead or vivid, either a dog or a human, either red or blue. There are only two things which are always have to be opposites. That we call dualism. And this dualism is a very unpractical way to deal with humans and with the instinct you mentioned, yeah, the instinct for humanity, the way the music of emotions, yeah, the music of our senses, yeah, work. Look, it is necessary in such a case to so not to come to this dualism, but to come to Leibniz. And he says the contrary. If something is divided and opposite to another or enemy, there are on both sides embassies of one to the other. It's completely contrary. The skin is learning from skin. If you look at children and their mothers, yeah, you know this is true. Yeah? The first security in life you get by skin, you don't get by mind. Yeah? And this is exactly what is the philosophy of Leibniz. And I was impressed that this philosopher, who wrote a lot of letters to kings, to the Tsar in Russia and so on, and had projects. And one of his projects was an academy in middle of Europe, only with Chinese scientists and wise men, to criticize the defects of starting enlightenment in Europe and criticizing everything else in Europe, upcoming imperialism, yeah, by founding an anti-algorithm, an anti-academy. And so we have, if we have the Big Seven in Silicon Valley, if we have a very disruptive world, yeah, we have to have the counter-algorithm, yeah, is a kind of all such academies in the spirit of Leibniz.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Alexander Kluge. Vielen Dank. War großartig.
And can we welcome Arturo Escobar, whom I'm told we don't have a musical score for, but please, if we can welcome you here, and I think the most interesting would be to comment absence for our introduction on universalism. Maybe there's an empty core out of which the universal emerges. Thank you so much, Arturo, for being with us.
Well, thanks very much. Lorenzo, Hans, the Institute for the invitation, everybody here for coming. I did give you a score. I don't know what happened to it. And I can tell you, maybe I filled in too many things. I shouldn't stick to the notes only. The pentagram.
Oh, they tell me we have a score without a name on it.
No, I think I put the name at the top.
It's not this one.
It's perfectly okay.
Is it this one?
Let me see. I think that looks like... I can't believe I put in my name. I didn't put my name. You're right.
Oh, but we can play it then.
You want to play something?
Let's hear it.
Or you want to play it at the end? Play it now.
So it is yours. It's the right one.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I can see the sound of the pluriversality in this score.
Yes. And it actually reminds me a bit in its brevity and its kind of atonality, the music from a musician that I used to like a lot from here, from Venice, Luigi Nono. Most people don't know him now. Most people don't care about his music, but he was one of those experimental avant-garde musicians that were very influential, including in Latin America. But anyways, I'll tell you a little bit about what I wrote. And what I wrote, and I will get to the question because I really like Alexander Kluge's metaphor about the lighthouse. So I will explain what I said in light of his metaphor. So basically what I said in that score is that universals are created by humans, by some humans, but they are seemingly discovered. They appear as if they have been discovered, and hence they become naturalized. They become the way, they become reality. But they become reality out of a very complex historical process that for the case of Latin America, and I'm going to be talking about Latin America mostly here, it starts with the conquest of America and that complex historical process that has 4 major features. I mean, we characterize it in many different ways. It is anthropocentric. It's based on the separation between humans and nature. It is based on the separation between mind and body. It is based on the separation of individual and community. It is based on the separation between us, civilized, and them, uncivilized. So the story of life that it conveys is an anthropocentric story, is an ethnocentric story, is a rationally-centric story, is a Eurocentric story. And the light that is shown on the world was a very important light in so many different ways, and I'll come to the metaphor of the lighthouse, but it casted a light over lands, territories, and peoples all over the world that were seemingly dark lands with ignorant people. They became primitive, they became savages, they became underdeveloped, they became third world, and they are still today the racialized and ethnicized minorities and popular groups of many of the cities in the global north. So they are still supposed to be receiving that light. But that light ceased to shine on people, including on the same modern world that created it. I would submit the hypothesis that that light, that enlightenment shown, how do you say, cast on the world, has become like a distant star, like a dead star actually, whose light still will receive, but it doesn't warm up the hearts and minds of people anymore. It doesn't illuminate the world anymore. So we should either declare it dead, that project of liberal humanism and its attendant economic form, capitalism, or we should reinvent it significantly. So obviously we have to opt for the significant radical reinvention of that tradition of liberal humanism, which comes to my second part of Alexander Kluge's, Professor Kluge's metaphor, which is the other lights. He talked about we need many lights today. We don't need just the one light on the Enlightenment, the European Enlightenment. Moreover, we have to mute, we have to soften the European voice, the Euro-American voice, especially in its American variety, which is sort of the loudest voice and the most imperialistic one. But we need to soften that light. We need to dim the light so that many other lights, multiple other lights can begin on their own, come of age, so to speak. And they're beginning to light up all over the world. All over the world, there are really amazing experiments being done by people, environmentalists, feminists, black activists, indigenous activists, again in Latin America, which is a land of amazing activism, so that we can really listen well to all of those other lights, which is what, in many ways, in Latin America, we are calling the pluriverse. And the pluriverse is a very simple concept, and I will end my first answer, if that's okay, with this concept. It basically means it was created in the version that we use in Latin American activist practice and critical academy today was put forward by the Zapatista movement in Chiapas, Mexico. And basically what they were saying, we do not want inclusion into the Your world. Your world is conducting a fourth world war on indigenous peoples worldwide. It's destroying indigenous people, it's destroying indigenous territory. Why should we look for inclusion into your world? We want a world where many worlds fit. We want a world of many worlds. We don't want this single, globalized, seemingly natural, universal world along the lines of liberal, secular, humanist, capitalist modernity and globalization, or in its globalized form. So I think that Hopefully that makes sense as an introduction to the topic and conversation. There will be many things more to say, but
no, thank you so much.
I don't know
it's a great answer, and this is great because we wanted to ask you anyway about the pluriverse for our glossary, of course, as an interpenetration in a way of the plural and the universal. And I wanted to kind of ask you to something, or come back to something you said this morning, which I think could be interesting, because you said that we need to think about how the universal can be without being hegemonial. And then also, I think in relation to what Margaret Levi said earlier, without classifying differences into hierarchies.
Yes. So, again, the tendency, especially from any hegemonic perspective, any dominant perspective, tends to see differences, but classify them into hierarchies, and then use those hierarchies to dominate or even obliterate peoples from the planet. So we need to move beyond that. So how do we think about new kind of universals? I like the way Lorenzo speaks about different universals that are always on the making, that are open-ended, contingent universals, that do not have that hegemonic drive, that coloniality, as we call it in Latin America, of being and of knowledge, in which there is natural hierarchy of difference that lead to domination. So that's the first part of my answer. And the other part of the question was? Oh, yes. Yeah, well, it's basically tied to this.
Differences.
Yeah, without reproducing. There was actually
without hierarchies, no? The idea
yes,
what you said this
something
morning.
that Yuk Hui said that how do we think about new universals today without reproducing or falling back into any form of hegemonizing universality or universalizing. And I can give you some examples from Latin America that are coming into place as potential candidates for contingent universals in the way in which we're speaking about them here. One of them is basic, and other people here have said it, which is human dignity. Actually, the current vice president of Colombia, who is a genuinely grassroots black activist, Francina Marquez, based her campaign in many ways with the slogan, until dignity becomes a habit in Colombia, because most people in Colombia do not have that dignity, especially, obviously, ethnic minorities and indigenous peoples, because the anti-black, anti-indigenous racism is very strong in Colombia as it is all over the world. And the second one is Buen Vivir. Buen Vivir is a collective idea of how, which is not development, which is the Buen Vivir of a collectivity, which should move towards a conception of Buen Vivir, of social policy and of societies based on Buen Vivir. That means collective well-being, in which the well-being is defined not only in material and economic terms, but is defined precisely in terms that are integrated and holistic, that incorporate the material, the economic, the spiritual, the ancestor, the territorial, the body, the place, the ineffable, the artistic, the spiritual, the sacred. All of that has to be part of that well-being in a new conception of what life, collective life, can be about. Yeah, well, let me leave at that for now. And
I will ask you one more question then. And I think what you referred to Margaret in this, I think she put it as a temporary settlement of the universal. The fact that this refers back also to Diagne, idea that universal is always under construction, it's never closed, the workshop of the universal. Yes. But something else that perhaps connects you and what Margaret was telling us before is the concept of care. Because you've just written a book now on this very topic. So I wanted to ask you to maybe respond a little bit to Margaret or to tell us how care enters as a practice of the universal.
Yes, I think that's fundamental. And it's a discussion that has been very, very active in Latin America, obviously worldwide as well. Care is a concept in which many feminist activists and academics worldwide have had the most important input, also environmentalists. And so care, to me, is emerging as a potential universal, and in Latin America, actually, there is a proposal to bring it to the UN as a universal human right, the right to care. And why? Because going back to the fact that the modern ideologies, so to speak, on which the world has been designed and constructed, is based on these separations between humans and nature, mind and body, us and them, individual and community, then means that we have to transition from that narrative of life and the human to narratives of life and the human that acknowledge the profound interdependence of everything that exists. That's Ubuntu as well, and Ubuntu is very much used in Latin America as well, that Professor Bachir talked about. I am because you are, soy porque somos in Spanish. The Colombian Vice President also used it in her campaign. I am because I exist because everything else exists. So if we acknowledge that radical interdependence of everything that exists, that includes our enemies. So the consequence of that is that we move towards a politics without enemies. That was the parenthesis. Then that means that the only possible ethics for politics is a politics of care. It's an ethics of care. Because if everything is interdependent and connected with everything else, if we all live within a living earth and a living cosmos, then that means that in which interdependence is the rule and not the exception. The exception is separation and fragmentation. Then that means that what follows is an ethics of care, care for the planet, care for the living, for our fellow humans, care for all living entities, care for the non-living world as well, mountains and clouds and spirits and so forth. Which brings me maybe to the last point, because I know you're going to give me we are out of time, if I may.
Do I look like it?
Do
I look like that?
Maybe. No, because I'm conscious of the time. I never like to take too much more time than I have. Is that when thinking about these provisional universes are like, contingent universes are like, they're open-ended. Even care could be, although to me is a very strong candidate for a strong universal, that we cannot do anything today. We shouldn't be doing anything today to confront the climate crisis or any problem today without taking deeply into account the conditions under which the most oppressed and impoverished and exploited and marginalized, the damned people of the earth are going through today, including in very practical terms, how do we improve their living conditions? But also how do we think not about them, but from the space from which they live, from the space in which they live. And that's precisely what we're not doing. And I think, and I hope I'm not going to offend anybody when I say this, I hope, although many of you will disagree, that if we look at the contemporary conjuncture, if we look at the inaction in relation to climate crisis by the economic and political elite, and the states and the corporations, if we look at the war in Ukraine, if we look at the Gaza genocide, we have to agree that that represents to me the utter failure of the economic and political elite, again with that veneer or liberal secular humanism, to choose life over death for once. And so that we need to renovate really our ideas of democracy and liberalism and so forth, radically reinterpreted, or move beyond it, move beyond the modern. And what that means, next chapter.
Thank you. Arturo Escobar, philosopher of the pluriversal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's our immense pleasure to introduce Manthia Diawara, but before that, we're going to listen to his post-it.
Oh.
With gratitude to Ruth Kemna, it's our immense pleasure to introduce Manthia Diawara. Manthia, we had many conversations on the topic of today's marathon with Edouard Glissant, and as he reminded us this morning, he referred to a solidarity of intuition, and you, of course, talk in relation also to your extraordinary film, Letter Viene, which we premiered at the Serpentine and also in Athens in Greece. You talked there about also an aesthetic of solidarity. So I'm sure we're going to hear about that more. But before that, let's begin with your post-it, and maybe you will tell us what Ruth has just been interpreting.
I'm actually so impressed by...
Oh. All the microphones.
I was told to hold the mic right in front of my mouth. I hope I can remember. But I was very impressed by the musician, because this is a song in Mali, where I'm from. The song is called Kominjara. And one day in my apartment in New York, just to have conversation and have a background music, I put this song on. There was a Japanese, there was a Brazilian, and a Cuban. And they all start tapping their feet exactly the way you're doing. And so on. I don't know how to sing. But so you did exactly that, and thank you. What's going on for me when it comes to universalism and philosophy, these terms in many ways, we don't have access to them. So universalism has to actually give us access. We have to own it in order for it to be universal. In a sense that recently, in the last 30 years, we have begun to use, well, maybe 40 years, if you take the German public sphere or the Bourdieusian notion of fields, or to come to Edouard Glissant, what he called lieu commun, lieu with a hyphen and then commun, like common ground, or what is coming from UK, that people call commons. One of my colleagues at NYU, Fred Moten, actually writes about commons. All these terms are coming to replace philosophy, because what's happening in philosophy in the US that I wish does not happen in Europe and the rest of the world is that it is fusing into neuroscience, cognitive theory, but philosophy as we know it, as we've been talking about here, logic, systems, systematicity, linearity, those departments are in danger of closing in the US because they do not get students. So in order for philosophy as we know it in a place like this, we have to get access to philosophy. We have to own it. And I'll give you an anecdote. I was in a reading group with Jürgen Habermas in the late 90s in Chicago, and people were talking. I'm coming from literature, poetry, the novel. People were talking, and I guess my discontent was kind of written on my face because I couldn't understand the language of social science. And then I went to the bathroom, and Habermas just happened to come too. As we're standing, he said, I know you're not happy. I know you don't, we do saying things that, you don't understand or you don't want to understand, you're resisting it. He said, but rationality is something very simple. Tell a good story. If your story is convincing, then it becomes rational. And the example he gave me was Toni Morrison. And he knew that I own Toni Morrison stories. So if the story is convincing, then it becomes rational. Philosophy, in that sense, is a story. And this is what I was trying to do by giving this Malian song. When it's good, it will attract a crowd. When it's not good, the crowd will run away. We don't want people to run away from philosophy. So this is more or less what I was trying to say with the note that I had on the board.
Thank you.
beautiful and more than a coincidence, I think, but we can explore this later, the resonance, to anticipate a term that we will be using a lot as the evening proceeds, the resonance between your words and the music that we heard. I wonder, Manthia, if I can enlist your help to help us think through what's not working with the present moment. And I go back to our conversation earlier with Souleymane Bachir about the fragmentation of the world in multiple tribes. And there is an air of freedom that breathes through the world that is in many respects an air that we should welcome, one of greater autonomy, one of greater emancipation for the different parts of the world. I would go as far as to say that we are living through a condition of geopolitical enlightenment to the extent that a majority of the population of the world no longer has to follow the Western priest, doctor, and king, but can think on their own. At the same time, what that thinking on their own often ends up being is a resurgence of authoritarianism or even nationalism. And so I wonder if you can help us navigate this present moment where the old has died. We don't want the centrality of the Eurocentric universality, but at the same time, we cannot just accept the mere replication and refraction of European nationalism all across the world. So how do you see this contradiction?
Yeah, I wonder if it's a contradiction. I really like the question. I like the question because I like to put some optimism on it. Because 1945 was mentioned several times today. Bandung was mentioned several times in our discussions. I think what is also implied by that is that the world has become connected. As a Francophone person, it used to be to make a telephone call to London. My phone has to bounce in Paris first from Bamako and then sent to US or Italy or London. But now people just can pick up the telephone and call each other. And now the intuitions also are shared. If in this crowd here you have a very dear intuition to you that you think only you have it, no one else has it. If you share it, and the sharing is so important, if you share it, to your surprise, somebody in Japan is thinking the same thing. Somebody in Paris is thinking the same thing. So if we share our intuitions, actually we can change the world better. But we always think that our intuitions are private and we cannot share it. So here is my optimism. I think because the world has become connected, because now solidarities can be built across continents, islands, waters. Because of this, something very, very important, and Hans Ulrich and myself share this a lot. Beauty comes out of the meeting between differences. Beauty does not come out of necessarily the meeting between only the same. The same meeting, the same, does not respond to what Edouard Glissant likes to say, je peux changer en échangeant avec l'autre sans me perdre ni me dénaturer. So, but when differences meet, then beauty comes out of that. And what we need to do, and to come back to his lieu commun, the knowledge travels from place to place to place. It doesn't travel the same way. When it leaves Venice here, somebody is trying to explain it in London, they bring in their own local understanding of it, and it goes to some place. So knowledge traveling like that through the lieu commun has created what in good English would be a backlash, le retour du bâton. So I dare say that what you see in this retreat in nationalism and dictatorship, I'm not minimizing it. I'm not saying it's not dangerous. I'm not saying that people are not dying, but it's a momentary. That world is already behind us. We are in a new world of connectedness, of differences meeting everywhere, and that's the future, and that's also the present. So I'm very optimistic about this. I may have Donald Trump as my president, but it's going to be 4 years. The world has already changed. It's too late. So that's my optimism on that.
Manthia, I wanted to ask you about the trembling, no? Because you often quote the sentence from Glissant, you need to learn to tremble with the trembling of the other. And it seems very relevant in terms of the discussion here, but also very related to what you do with Yene.
Yeah.
With your film, the extraordinary film, you tremble with the trembling of the other.
Yeah. So Glissant teaches us that, instead of looking for our roots, my genealogical tree, my atavic family, I'm from Mali, this is what I am, and so on. I'm from Italy, this is what I am. Glissant thinks that we should look for ourselves with 3 keys. At least, there are several, but at least 3 keys. One is a poetic of trembling, one is the trace, and one is the opacity, the right to opacity. He said it's not normal that we get the UN, a few superpowers just get together and they define what human right is, what law is, and so on. He said, I demand the right to opacity. So trembling is very important. When I tremble with your trembling and you tremble with my trembling, and then we begin avec ce frémissement, this way of shaking. It's not about fear. It's not about looking for pity. It's not about any other thing except that I respect your opacity and I want to meet you slowly, gingerly. I want to move this way like we're dancing in a jazz music. Trembling helps us to know each other as opposed to linearity, transparency. This is how we do things. And this really touched me so much that I almost got myself in trouble one time by telling a journalist, I said, Frantz Fanon taught me how to think, which is true. But Edouard Glissant saved my life, which helped me to tremble with the trembling of other people. And when you do this trembling, that means that I can remember the horrible things that happened to you during the Holocaust. I can remember South Africa, what happened through apartheid. I can remember World War II. So I don't forget your problems by only saying that only my problems are serious problems. And what helps us to find that slowly is through the traces, as opposed to, in a very powerful way going, this is what it is, historically, 19-something. But I get the traces of life, and I discover some of it, and the totality is never closed. This is probably the most important thing about Glissant, probably also about universalism. When the totality is closed, there is nothing to say. My brothers and friends, European intellectuals, say, oh, c'est la fin de l'histoire. No, history is beginning because the world is connected. Because people everywhere now demand the right to be heard. So I'm very optimistic about that.
Manthia Diawara, I love your concept of nationalism as a momentary rite of passage and helping us see the light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you very much for this, for the optimism, for the passion, for being here with us today. Thank you so much, Manthia.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much.
And whoa. Uh-oh, it's a complicated one.
Thank you so much, Ruth. And it's our immense pleasure to welcome Wang. Please give a very warm welcome. And I thought we could begin, as always, with your post-it note, with your score, which we've just been listening to, played by Ruth Kemner.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just note during our discussions when we talk about the universal. What I perceive is always different versions of universalism, which tried to impose on the other versions of universalization. So I thought, well, is this our new fashion or possibility of a verbalized form of universality or universalization? Is it in the manner of totality, or it is in the fashion of infinity that could create a kind of free spaces and void for other possibilities? Yeah, this is the notes about that. Yeah, and actually I think we are just talking about words. As a kind of trained philosopher, I come to think on my own quite late, after I think I became a mother. So I think mother has, or this motherhood has given me a new method in the way of way along which I could think and philosophize. So I think the ethics of motherhood could give me at least a very, how to say, a kind of, my understanding, a very singular form of understanding a possible universalism. Yeah.
Thank you. You've written on motherhood, but you've also written a philosophy for children. And this philosophy for children includes big ideas like death, and it makes it such a big theme, approachable in a way for children. So Lorenzo and I were wondering if you could maybe, in a similar way, talk about universalism and how you would explain universalism to children.
I think I'm not trying to explain given things, given notions to the kids. I try to change my perspective as if I were a kid. And this is, I think the philosophizing with kids has also given me some other perspective. Because when we talk about the emergence, the foundation of a state, maybe we would think about Hobbes, with the original natural status of being man standing there who is ready to fight like wolves for potential wars. But I think is that the real original state of us? What I could imagine is actually vulnerable baby, which is not even has the sense to think, to be rational, or to struggle. So I think that is actually a possible, original status, that to rethink what the real, the original status, what we are. And in this sense, I think it's more about we are not independent, we are not rational, we are actually not able to enter into a social contract. Actually, we are taken care by the others, and we have to take care of the others And it's not just about freedom and equality. It's about fraternity, but fraternity has also this meaning of a brotherhood. And actually, it's also a manhood, determined love. But I want to emphasize this feminine, but not as a feminine in this feminism sense, but as a universal sense, that all of us are mothers and children for the same time. And if we always think, and this is we, this is the others, I don't think we could solve the problem. Because, I think this I is always co-generated in contexts.
And I must say, having a 11-month-old daughter, I can certify that there is nothing that challenges and undoes, in a positive sense, your self-identity, the self-contained conception of the I, of the ego that you had before, as in fact having children. Yeah. And I want to ask you precisely the question of the I and the ego, because Alexander Kluge before was speaking about duality. With Manthia, we were speaking about Edouard Glissant and I tremble with the trembling of the other. And it seems to me that there is a certain Western ontology that is perhaps to blame for an understanding of universalism as a top-down imposition of one part, a heavy masculine part on the others. And I think different parts of Chinese philosophy help us think through a different way of understanding the relation between the I and the other, to go beyond what you call egology, and to perhaps understand that we are co-created in a process of co-becoming, and that our I is indistinguishable from that which surrounds us. So I was hoping for you to tell us a little bit more how we can undo this duality and tremble with the other.
For example, I'm here. So this me is co-defined by three of us. In a larger sense, by all the audience and you here. And when I just go to the street, I'm a passenger. I'm defined by another circumstances. When I go home, I would act as a mother. And this me is also co-defined by my kids, by my husband, and at work, the me is also defined by my colleagues and the students. So I think the presumed solid I is actually a phantom that could create many problems. And it could lead to not just I, identity, nation state, but also the probability of resorting to violence. So a very important thought here is also from the ethics of motherhood. Being a mother would never really punish a child. A mother would never ask a child for exchange. A mother would not ask a kid to fight for freedom, to sacrifice, to tell the truth. I want him to live. And I want that, as I said, behind each of us, there is a mother living or maybe already passed away, pleading to every others that to say, please don't harm my child. Please don't kill him or her. Please help him or her if it is possible. And I think that should be the primordial ethics. And that should also be something very universal, because even though we don't believe in the same God, we don't believe in share the same ideology, even maybe we don't speak the language, even we don't know that we have right to struggle for, but still we have a mother. And we can And this is a parent, I think it's a metaphor, it's a philosophical notion, it's an ethical notion. If we could understand that, maybe we could change the whole understanding. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now, as mentioned before, we are trying to develop a glossary as well of concepts where we find alternative names to universalism, which we can use to somehow create a common horizon or put people together. Could you maybe make some suggestions?
Actually, I do love the word, not just negotiation, but also this vibration, association. That means we are not just atoms, individuals. We have feels, we have Stimmung, we have emotions, we have passions. And all these parts that we are vulnerable, we are independent, we have very subtle emotions. And these parts, not just rational, not just justice, you should do this, should do that, and instrumentally rationalize. But we have still some common sense to be asymmetrically, ready to forgive, to stop a struggle. This asymmetry, and to associate, I think that will be maybe, I'm not talking about something universal, but I think from this tiny standpoint, from this tiny me, to be, to associate, to get into to feel,
Wang, thank you so much. A big round of applause.
And I think we don't have a post-it, or while we're looking for it, can I invite Pankaj Mishra to join us on stage? Pankaj, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. So we should have a usual question about the post-it.
Yeah, we wanted to begin with you explaining us the post-it. So if we can have the post-it.
What would you have written if you had written one?
The hypothetical post-it note.
Yes.
I completely forgot.
Voilà. So you get a more difficult question. You have to improvise. What is universalism? No.
It's an ideology. It's an ideology that has had tremendous influence and shaped people's perceptions over a very long period, and it's been supported by some of the most powerful institutions in the world. But it is in crisis today, and I think we need to find certainly a new word, a new way to describe our experiences today, and also, outline some kind of an outline of a livable future.
And as you started with the definition, I'll actually maybe bring a later question now earlier, which is this question of the glossary, of concepts. We thought for the book to have this glossary of concepts where we are going to have alternative names we can use instead of universalism, to kind of alternative concepts to put people together or to find a common horizon. And you wrote this text where you bring a lot of examples. You bring in Gandhi, but lots of other examples as well. So I think it would be great to hear a little bit from you about such alternatives.
Yeah, I think, the idea of the common good, which you can find in a whole lot of different political, spiritual, philosophical traditions, I feel that is something that's extremely neglected in our conversations, in our discussions, and it remains. It's something that is suppressed by intellectually more flamboyant, more ostentatious concepts. But the idea of the common good remains a very compelling way to think about our shared experience of the world, and also to outline a sort of ethical and philosophical framework for it. And this is something that, some of the people that I've engaged with in my work, some people from the past, some people from the present, have continuously emphasized. I mean, they have seen the world as an interdependent reality, that requires a degree of personal ethical responsibility, and sort of, try to make a space for non-ideological ideas, non-ideological formations that do not, again, fall into the trap of being, taken over, hijacked by a powerful state or a powerful social movement or political movement. And so I think there is much to be learned from the experience of marginal traditions, marginal by way of, arriving late in modern history. The experience, I always keep emphasizing, the experience of belatedness is of huge importance, because that's the experience of a vast majority of the world's population, to arrive belatedly in modern history and to realize that, the major concepts, the major experiences have been monopolized already or have been experienced by other people, and it's now your turn to experience them and to come up with a fresh vocabulary for it. But because you're doing it from a marginal position, you cannot work with the same concepts that the people who got there early have come up with, because that would be false to your own experience. So this is where I think the concept of alternative modernities, really assumes importance, because unless you have, a conception of plural modernities, modernities with different trajectories, then we're going to stay in the trap of this false or fake ideological universalism.
To build up on the question of the glossary, I think we heard before from Arturo Escobar, who is, I think, one of the most important representatives of a philosophical tradition that has worked precisely to uncover all the episteme that was brushed aside by Western modernity. And you recently have written extraordinarily persuasively about the need to move beyond the conceptual centrality of the West, because we don't have it's no longer a good north for us, for our compass. And one of the concepts that you bring out is that of satyagraha, which you take from Gandhi. And I found this extremely enlightening in a recent speech of yours. And if I could ask you maybe to tell us a little bit about this concept as a contribution to our glossary.
Yeah, that's something actually Carlo Rovelli, in his one of his interventions yesterday, talked about, and struck me as very apt, as, truth as a form of negotiation, as a form of experimentation, as a form of dialogue, as a form of arriving. And that's something that, for us, supposedly living in the post-truth era, where we are very deeply exercised by the disappearance of, or the supposed disappearance of truth from our public lives, the arrival of fake news. And Gandhi's insight early in the 20th century was that living in a globalized world with plural realities, with plural experiences, people are not going to agree upon, various truths, as it were. And I mean, obviously, he knew that truth is a particular construction, and that people would have their own versions of it or own interpretations of it. So, satyagraha as a political act is really devised as a form of dialogue with one's opponents, with one's political adversaries, and inviting those adversaries to engage in a quest, to join a quest for truth. So again, decentering truth as an essentialism, or as a monopoly of a particular group or a particular individual, but something to be sought in a joint search, in a participatory way, And this is a political practice that he thought was best suited to a world where so many people live close together with very specific, very different, very diverse experiences and perspectives. I think it was a sort of political genius to come up with a mode of activism that accommodated this very fragmented landscape, what other people have theorized as liquid modernity, Zygmunt Bauman and others.
I wanted to ask you about utopia, because you've written about this connection, no? That the larger vision of utopia is somehow universalist. And and that's also where the problem is, you wrote. Could you talk about that, the kind of connection?
Sorry, I didn't get
utopia and universalism, that connection.
Well, I think, obviously the idea of the utopia in the modern era becomes willy-nilly a universalist aspiration. Because it's impossible to maintain, it's impossible to preserve a utopia within a highly interconnected, highly interdependent world. Is one thing for isolated communities to aspire to a particular social or political arrangement in relative isolation from the rest of the world. But once it becomes part of a larger fantasy of converting the entire world to either communism or global capitalism, which was the leading fantasy of the last 3 decades, post-Cold War fantasy, then it turns into something quite dangerous and damaging. And it ends up discrediting the idea of utopia altogether. I mean, one reason why we are in a very difficult state right now, because our imagination about the future, our sense of possibility about the future has become very constrained. We don't believe in socialist revolution anymore. We don't either believe in a capitalist utopia either. And if these two major promises of the modern world are not being fulfilled, are being, in a way proved to be false, then I think we can, that's actually one way of measuring the crisis we are in, that we don't have an imagination of the future, which is not dystopian.
And of course, I wanted to ask you also in relation to that about Glissant, because Edouard Glissant, when I interviewed him about utopia, said something quite similar to what we said earlier about universalism. He said it's a process, it's dynamic, and he was very strongly criticizing the static utopias of Thomas More, the static utopia of the West, and basically came up with this idea of l'utopie du tremblement, which connects to what Manthia was saying. So I was kind of wondering if there's maybe a connection there, no?
Yeah, no, I think, the thing is, we've started to sort of reckon with the idea of universal civilization after realizing that, the world has been thoroughly mapped and charted and its limits have been defined. Its place in the universe has been, the place of the planet Earth in the universe has been clearly identified and located. But then I think all the other tasks that await us of creating modes of conversation, modes of philosophies, modes of, sort of thinking really very, very fundamentally, haven't quite developed to accommodate this perception of living in a deeply interconnected, globalized world. This is something Hannah Arendt, I remember writing about in the 1960s, about how this sort of new reality of people living very close together, intensely aware of everything that's going on around the world, if it is not accompanied by an enormous task of mutual understanding, mutual clarification, will just end up being incredibly enraged and irritated by each other. And in a way, that's the state we are in right now. Is that, capitalism, imperialism has created this reality, interdependent reality, and yet it is without the intellectual, emotional, spiritual underpinning that can help us inhabit this reality without feeling these sort of, emotions that turn us against others that, constantly accelerate the process of othering and all the related emotions that are part of this process.
Pankaj, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's now our immense pleasure to introduce Barbara Cassin and to listen to Barbara's post-it note. Barbara, le microphone. Thank you so much. And a very warm welcome to Barbara Cassin. As always, Barbara, we wanted to begin with the explanation of the post-it note. If you could explain to us what you wrote here.
Is universal always someone's universal? It's a question, it's not an exclamation. I've changed, because I really, at the beginning of this marathon, I really thought that it was just an affirmation. But now I can't believe it's a question.
Oh la la. This is news.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, we've seen during the whole 2 days and tonight that always universal was, well, really someone's universal. And it began by the Greek, where logos, ratio et oratio, reason and discourse, were their own language. And the other, who didn't share this logos, were nothing but barbarians. That to say, people, you are not really sure. They are men. They say blah, 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 but they don't really speak. And man is defined as a speaking animal. So that was my first, let me say, appreciation of universal. And now, I have always the same, but not only the same. That's to say that, for example, when I hear Bachir, we are very close by the, I don't speak only of friendship, but of perception of the word. I mean, and we have the same philosophical tools. Together we are, if I can say, fan of Leibniz, fan of Ubuntu, and fan of translation. That's a lot. And that's a lot that shape a certain universal that we are trying to shape belonging to nobody. A nobody's universal. A universal's universal. A man's universal. But one thing I've learned hearing again Bachir, because we did speak a lot of, I mean, at the beginning of the afternoon, we spoke a lot, or at the end of the morning, we spoke a lot of Leibniz.
It's a never-ending flow for the last 48 hours.
It never ends. So, what I really think is that if I agree with all the tools, if I agree with the general wish, it means that universal could be a mankind universal. I don't feel comfortable with the way it gives all the, let me say, all the herbs, all the focus, all the, I don't know how to say, all the scene to the one. And I must say that Leibniz is a super philosopher. I love him. And I love monadology. And I love this idea of monads as perspective sites. On what? On the same word. And why? Because there is a God. Because God made this word and made these sites on the same word. And it's God, creator, who is at the beginning and at the end of the monadology. And monadology is a theodicy. Everybody must know that. And then, if you take the example of the languages, which is, for me, a privileged example, and I will come back to that. If you take the example of the language, well, Leibniz, who was speaking maybe 10 languages, Hebrew, of course Greek and Latin, of course German, but also French and Italian and Spanish, etc. Leibniz wanted to do what he called a characteristic universelle, universal characteristics. That's to say, he wanted to mathematize our thoughts. His desire of peace was so strong, then I always remember one sentence I love, but love is not all. This sentence, he said, well, when there will be dissent, we will ask the philosophers to sit down and to say, calculemus, let us calculate. Let us calculate with the universal characteristic, which is the reduction to what he called identics of all the minds of all the people. So we are men, we are mankind, and we have the same elements in our head. And these elements could be mathematized, just never forget, Leibniz is also the inventor of the computers, because with his 0-1 language in mathematics, he, of course, invented the computer, the computing language. Something or nothing. That's enough for any language. Okay. So Leibniz is, for me, the example of the one. And all that very good, peaceful, and sharing affects belong to one. And my point is that I am much more frightened by the one than by anything else. I am much more frightened by what happened in the world, in the wars, because of the one, than because of the diversity, because of the fragmentation. And that's my point. And that's why, I remind your question, what could be the names of the universal, if we have to give names?
For the glossary, yeah.
For the glossary.
Let's pretend we asked you now this question.
Yes, so you do ask, and I do answer. A very horrible name for me will be God. The name of universalization. Well, we have to make a codicil between the difference between universal and universalization. We'll go to this
I have a question on this, which I will not allow you to preempt.
Yes, afterwards. But the horrible name will be God for me. And the very good name will be translation. That means we are starting from the one that makes a church, if you want. This is Humboldt's sentence. He said, I don't want a church, and languages doesn't form a church. They form a pantheon. That's to say, you can start and stay in the diversity, not start from the diversity and go to the one. That's my point with the universal. What kind of universal is capable, able to start from the diversity, which is a reality, and keep diversity on the long of all the process of universalization. So there we are, of the act of making universal and always making it.
Let me ask you a question about this, because in our conversations over the last however many hours it is, we're closed in a room speaking about universalism, you mentioned that we must turn a noun into a verb, the universal into universalizing.
Yes.
Which of course resonates with what Bachir Diagne said at the beginning, the production of the universal, what Margaret Levi said. And when you were discussing this, you said something that I thought was fascinating, also in view of what you said today about the Greeks and the division between the logos of the Greeks and the blah, blah, blah of the barbarians. You mentioned, you quoted the, how do you pronounce it in English? Antiphon, the sophist.
Yes.
Antiphon, the sophist, who does a similar translation of the word barbarian into the verb barbarizing. And you said that he said the Greeks are barbarizing themselves when they say barbarian.
Yes.
And can I ask you to tell us a little bit about what this means, this process of self-barbarification, by claiming that somebody is external to you, and maybe how that relates to the construction of a universal that is not exclusionary.
Yes, but you say it. It's exactly that. But the point is that he could have gone one step further. He could have said that when you say the other is a barbar, you Hellenize. Because it's absolutely that. You don't barbarize, you Hellenize. And the point is how avoid to Hellenize when you are building the universal. How to build a universal which is still not only multiple but diverse. There is a great difference, and Humboldt again says it, between multiple and diverse. So a diverse universal, and that's my point. The good name, and I am sure that Bachir could agree with partly or maybe completely with that. The good name for universal is translation. That's to say, you don't have to throw away any language, but they are all in between. You can always be between and with. And this is what translation does. A universal which is between and with, this is for me a potentially good one. The only potentially good one.
Now we spoke about translation and Leibniz. We haven't spoken about Ubuntu yet. It is the third element you mentioned of your dialogue with Bachir. And I kind of wanted to come somehow from Ubuntu to the Maison de la Sagesse, because we did a program together for France Culture where we connected that somehow, because of course Ubuntu is about this interconnectedness with the surroundings, but also with the physical worlds, no? And you create these spaces which go, which are physical spaces, which are houses, and these are houses of exchange, of translation, of transmission. It seems to bring all these three elements maybe together. And one was in Marseille. You did an exhibition as well, Après Babel, which was at the Museum, then in Aubervilliers. And it's something which is ongoing. You told me now It's going to be another exhibition in Luxembourg. And you also told me when we spoke for France Culture that you worked with students, with pupils, with professors, with politicians, with theaters, with street artists, with philosophers, very public philosophy in a way. And in a way you also told me that this idea was actually inspired by a very special institution in Baghdad in the 9th century. And you also told me that it was inspired by experiences from Mali, actually by the Banque Culturelle. So anyway, a long question, I'm sorry, but it's such an amazing project. We want to hear about the Maison de la Sagesse.
Well, but if I do that, I have 1 hour. I am sorry, I cannot. Because there is a story of the Maison de la Sagesse. Of course, you're right, they began in Baghdad, Bait al-Hikma. Okay. But what I told you when we had this emission was, how can I say, was optimistic. And because there has never been in our times, we have never made any house of wisdom, because our Maison de la Sagesse is like a monad. It's our first sentence on the book we wrote together with Daniel Vosny about that. Les Maisons de la Sagesse n'ont ni porte ni fenêtre. They don't exist like houses. They are wishes, and they, of course, have concrete objectives that could be concretized. For example, they were concretized, if I don't know if it's a word, within the exhibition I've made at the Museum, and within another exhibition I've made also in Marseille at La Vieille Charité. They could, but they are not concretized as houses. They are. We have 3 issues. One is made. One has effect. It is the glossaries of the bilingual glossaries to host people who are arriving, especially the migrants who crossed Mediterranean Sea and didn't drown out. They are surviving. What happened? They have to fill papers. And we have to help them to fill papers and help people who receive them to know why it is so difficult to say, I am Mr. Name, surname, and am I Mr., Mrs., am I married, am I divorced, am I a concubinate? All these words in the French glossaries are extraordinary when you are coming from a boat like that. And so we tried to, and this is a real, something we made. We have made glossaries like that, and we helped there. Now, the third thing we are doing, and then I will speak of the second, which is Malian, etc. In a minute, if I can. The third one, it's something I share with Bachir, for example. It's a project, huge project, absolutely impossible project, but as all the projects, I think, that are interesting. It's a dictionary of the untranslatables of the 3 monotheisms. How do you say God in Torah, in Bible, in Quran? How do you say other? How do you say faith? How do you say, why? Are you on Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday? Why this difference? Okay, so we are working on that with the words in languages. That's why it is a kind of dictionary of untranslatables. But of course, that can be translated. There is nothing untranslatable radically. We just have to share differences. And the second project, I can't say it in 2 words. How long?
2 words? Yeah.
It's impossible.
Okay, then maybe we keep it for the next marathon.
Yes.
And also, you can see the program we did for France Culture. Actually, it's a recording online. So for those who want to know more,
yes,
our émission broadcast is actually online, and you explained it there.
Okay,
So.
I will hear it.
But I tell you more,
pleasure.
to promote the outcome of these days of philosophizing together, everybody will also be able to read about this in the book that will come out of our meeting, because the book, of course, will have expanded versions of our conversation.
Yes.
Today is a book machine. We are producing a book. Yeah.
Today we're really a book machine. Barbara Cassin, thank you so much for being part of it.
Merci infiniment.
And I love how Leibniz is becoming the unspoken hero of the marathon on universalism. And now we discovered it's also Leibniz's connection to computers, 1010. I'm just waiting for Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst to also mention Leibniz during their lecture performance, which will be coming up in a few minutes after we hear from our last guest of the first part of tonight's marathon, Ece Temelkuran.
Welcome. And a very warm welcome to Ece, a very warm welcome. We wanted to begin, as always, with asking you to explain what we see here on the post-it note.
First of all, by the looks of it, the marathon of sitting is as difficult as marathon of running. So, bravo. Seriously. Universalism is the only home. Home is the only universal. And when all houses are brought down, the home will stand. That is universal. I am looking at universal, or what is common, what brings us together, and what I see is home. I'm thinking about home nowadays, and what home can be in 21st century when all the places are lost. There are many refugees, as we, is very, vivid debate in this country as well. When people are losing their homes, their countries, when Italians or several other European countries, the citizens of these countries are losing their countries to fascism, and when we are losing the ultimate home planet to climate change, when we are losing the place, where are we going to home ourselves? So my idea is that we can only build homes are the words, which is the only indestructible material in 21st century. So I'm trying to write a book and build a home with words, so I can have a home as well. I'm from Turkey and I left my country in 2016. So I think the word home, although it might have different words in different languages, is the only thing that we can home ourselves, and that is a universal, might be a universal truth.
Now we began the marathon with this question of a common ground, and that is not only something which is raised in philosophy. Carlo Rovelli also spoke about it last year from a science perspective in the marathon here, basically saying that we fail to see that our best interest is to collaborate, not for our group to prevail, but for a common ground. And that, of course, has a lot to do with your work, Ece, and particularly also with your book. We met actually through Brian Eno some years ago when he gave me your book with the title Together, Ensemble, which happens to be also the title, of course, of the exhibition of Julie Meretou, which we visited yesterday, and we heard her speak about yesterday. Together, 10 choices for a better now. It's really a narrative for our moment. So it's not about the Nadia Light's future, but it's hic et nunc. It's really for now. Can you tell us more about Together and this idea of, as Carlo says, of finding a common ground?
Yes, I can. I mean, like, it is weird to talk about, nasty words like fascism in this beautiful place, in this beautiful night. But actually, it started all with fascism taking over from the edges of the countries, of the world, from the peripheries, from India.
Sorry, did you say from the edges?
Edges of the world.
The edges, okay.
Yeah, like, the corners of the world, the periphery, if you will. Turkey, India, a little bit Italy, and so on and so forth. And many countries believe that it is this craziness that hits the hot climates, let's say, and all these Western democracies thought that they're immune to fascism because they have free market economy, they have liberal democracy, so how can they have fascism? So I wrote a book called How to Lose a Country. I told them, well, actually, you're losing your countries as we did back in Turkey. But then it wasn't enough. When you depress people, you have to also cheer them up somehow. So I wrote another book called Together, a manifesto against the heartless world. The idea was to propose a way out of this political and moral insanity. Who are we? We are against fascism, but who are we? If we cannot, or if we fail to define ourselves ideologically, and perhaps it's not enough to describe ourselves, define ourselves ideologically, maybe we have to go back to the moral resource of our political stances. So what are we for? What are these values, the basic fundamental values that hold us as a person together and with other people together? What are those values that can bring us together to stop human species from extinction, our democracies with their failures from extinction, and the planet from total collapse? So I brought up 10 values, so to speak, to say that we need a moral revolution as well as a political revolution. And this can only happen if we are together. Together is such a banal word, of course, as opposed to universalism, which is quite chic. But then together, I'm a practical person. In order to solve the problems, you need to come together, and this is what we do. Wang was talking about motherhood, and she was trying to find the solution to this very universal problem. And she was using the motherhood as a personal experience and also as a philosophy. By the way, which is interesting, like thousands of years since the beginning of human being, there are mothers and there is not philosophy around it, which is absurd, right? And when people like her, like me, talk about these things, values, politics of emotions, against fascism, we can form a front with these concepts. Men generally go like, yeah, okay, let's talk about this other thing, which is in the realm of rationale and which is in the confines of the proper and so on. We are past that moment of proper. We are living in this urgent time when everybody has to understand what we are talking about, and everything that we are saying has to resonate. Because we need that togetherness, be it universal or not.
Maybe let's speak about this resonance. We just mentioned Leibniz and the monad. So swapping some words around, monad can become nomad. And your work is currently very much focused on the question of nomadism and homelessness. And my question, one way of placing it abstractly, would be to say whether the nomad is a necessary precondition for the monad to be resonant with the other monads, and hence create a universal. Put more simply, do we need to lose our home in order to create or imagine a higher order home, a planetary home? Do we need to become citizens of nowhere, as in some respects you've become by being pushed out of your country, in order to become citizens of the world? Or is there a way to avoid this traumatic passage into abandoning your home?
Lovely question, thank you. No, Citizens of Nowhere is the title of his book, by the way.
It's a hidden product placement.
Yes. But you earned it with, sitting here for such a long time. Okay, you don't put it simply. I put it simply now. I tell the people, Westerners, let's say in the palazzos living in Venice, or Americans sitting in the skyscrapers, that they already lost their home. If they didn't yet, they're about to. So they are going to be unhomed as I am, because they're going to lose their country to, fascist leaders very soon. And even if they're living in their living room, they're going to feel like refugees in their own home. And I'm trying to tell them that we are now all strangers, not even nomads. We are strangers now. We are strangers to the time we're living. We are strangers to the, this political insanity that surrounds us. We are strangers to the moral insanity that's going on in Gaza. We are supposed to see that every day and we're supposed to feel nothing. That is being stranger to the, to yourself, to your humaneness and everything. So you are losing your political home, you're losing your moral home, you're losing your actual home and so on. So we are all in the same ship or shit. So what I'm trying to tell them, this home or these houses will not work. They're too fragile. In order to be heard here, in order to speak, we had to close the windows because there were people, shouting outside earlier. So palaces are fragile things. All constructions are fragile things. So we have to create the new morality and new politics around the fact that we are now, as humans, homeless on this planet. In order to make this planet our homes, we have to change it, and we have to do the moral revolution that many people like me propose around the values of dignity, friendship, and care, and so on and so forth.
As you know, this is a book machine, and we are working on a book, and there is this glossary of concepts for the book. And it would be really wonderful to hear from you about some alternative explanations or maybe alternative names we could use for putting people together, for creating these common horizons, alternatives to universalism.
Well, as I said, I have no other word than together and making a home for each other. The idea of Van Gogh is quite similar to mine. We are mothers. We can become mothers to each other, and we can create a politics out of it, a serious politics out of it that the male universe can take seriously. Well, maybe, but. I was distracted. I have nothing else to say other than to say that there should be a new togetherness, and this togetherness should not exclude anyone with language and with domination. Yeah, I was distracted, sorry.
Can I ask you a telegraphic question? But we only have 1 minute because we must go on to our beautiful lecture performance. Among the cards of Kluge is the Tower of Babel. Souleymane Bachir mentioned the Tower of Babel and the fragmentation.
We don't have the cards anymore, but somehow, someone must have the card of Babel. So whoever has it, maybe you can show it.
And so my question to you would be, rather than each of us constructing our own home in order to lock ourselves with air conditioning in front of climate change, what would it take for us to become collectively the builders of a new Tower of Babel?
Yeah, there is, humans are funny things. As opposed to what we are told by neoliberal definition of human being, we actually look forward to sacrifice ourselves. When there is a meaning to sacrifice for, we run for it. This is something that neoliberal ideology and neoliberal morality made us forget. So what it takes is just remembering, simple remembering the fact that we actually look forward to sacrifice ourselves for each other. This is what it takes. Today there was a talk about, people are dying because of our luxuries in the West, so we are not living in the same world. We do not have the same problems. I think what they have to be reminded, people in the West living in this life of abundance, is they are extremely unhappy because their dignity is at stake, because they are forced to use these phones for their lives, by jeopardizing other people's lives, by the underprivileged lives and so on. So they have to be reminded, first, that they can sacrifice themselves. There is still a meaning to do that. And second, they have to be reminded that they are unhappy. They have to be told that they are unhappy. This is what it takes to build a home that accommodates, that homes everyone, I think.
Ece Temelkuran, thank you so very much. Thank you.
So much. It's now our immense pleasure to actually have this performance, lecture performance. Lorenzo has already been announced. As we mentioned initially, these art projects are very important for today. We have the exhibition still ongoing, for those of you who came later, of Alexander Kluge. We can experience the staircase of Carsten Höller. But now all focus goes on Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst. Holly and Matt are multimedia artists, pioneers of art and technology, as I always say, pioneers of new experiments in art and technology. To quote Billy Kluge, Herndon records studio albums where she brings together electronic music, ASMR, and also neural networks. Dryhurst produces music very much connected to the decentralized internet. They both are thinking a lot about AI in an extremely pioneering way, and as opposed to many artists who think only about how they could work with AI for their own work, or maybe are also critical of AI, actually Holly and Matt really think about the entire ecosystem. They think about the fact what it means for all artists. They think about very much the collective, what it means for the collective, what it means for society. They're really visionaries of our time. We're working on a project in London, which we hope you all can come, which is going to happen in October, November, December, where they, at the Serpentine, will present an AI project and an AI experience designed by Sub, by the designer Sub, where they record choirs for the moment all over the UK, and all the data sets of this AI piece will, of course, collectively belong to all these choirs who participate. We're extremely excited that Matt and Holly are here with us, and the stage is yours. A very warm welcome.
Hello, testing, hi. Very heartfelt thank you to Niklas and to Lorenzo and Hans Ulrich for inviting us here. It's really wonderful to be in Venice on this hot evening. I know that it's already been many hours of a marathon of really wonderful, inspiring thinkers. So we will try to keep this as entertaining as possible, even though it is just a lecture. We will be showing some examples of our performances, so hopefully that will keep your attention. We want to talk a little bit about our past work and the work that we're working on now, and some of the work that we think needs to happen in the near future. Should we start the slides? So, Universalism. Next slide. Okay, so maybe go on to the next slide, actually. Okay. So Matt and I have been working with machine learning for around a decade. And one of the first big projects that we embarked on was an album called Proto. And we named it Proto for the protocol era that we'll get into in a minute. And what became really clear to us, at that time, you didn't have, ChatGPT. You didn't have these kind of publicly available models to play with. You really had to make your own. So the first decision that you have to make when you're making a model is what data do you use? And coming from a musical background, I understood the importance of kind of provenance through sample culture. So we were really deliberate in thinking about asking consent to those who were helping us train our model. So we put together an ensemble. This is a kind of half of the full ensemble to train this nascent being that we called Spawn at the time, and that's our little GPU sitting on the piano there in the corner, because we really saw it as, like a young child, like a young life. It really only understands what you're feeding it. Now that we have a 1-year-old, I realize how incredibly flawed that metaphor is, but at the time it felt like a really apt metaphor. But maybe we could play an example of some of the earliest audio that we were working with. I was recently talking to Ezra Klein, and he was like, I played him that example, and he was like, so why did you go to all that effort for that? And I was like, well, we kind of needed to get our hands dirty to really understand how these systems work. We really wanted to understand exactly how the data sets are put together, and we started to see the putting together of data sets as really part of the artwork. So for us, it's not really just fetishizing the kind of output of a model, but it's really seeing the full process, the full stack, as an artwork itself, and that's how we kind of define protocol art that we'll get to in a minute. But when we were touring Proto, we decided to invite the audience in to help us continue to train our little AI baby Spawn, and so we would do call and response performances across the world and capture the audience singing, and then we made a kind of audience voice model out of all of that. So maybe we could play an example from one of the audience performances. This is at Sonar 2019? The before COVID times.
The before times, yeah.
So we were really trying to hammer home this idea that as soon as something is captured in media, it becomes potentially part of a training canon, that the person who created that media might not even know that training is happening. So the prior album to Proto was an album called Platform, because at the time we were really thinking through the way that platform politics were impacting the way that creative work was made. So, for example, the kind of preferences of Spotify was changing the way musicians were releasing music. People were starting to put their hooks in the first 15 seconds because they didn't want to be skipped on the playlist. Visual artists were kind of modifying the way that their installations were photographed for Instagram. And then it became really clear to us that we needed to actually look at the level below the platform, or the kind of the beginning of it. And so we started thinking about the entire ecosystem in terms of the protocol. And maybe you want to define that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tricky in a sense with the kind of broader scope of the work that we do. We keep being asked to define it because we've released records. We're stepping into the exhibition space. We've released tools. We'll show you in a second the kind of infrastructure that we've built. And the best definition I could come up with was this idea of protocol art, and Holly put it quite well. Where this basic idea is, I think everyone kind of intuits, we're kind of 20 years deep into the personal, into kind of the internet platforms impacting everything around us. Everyone intuits that media is downstream of design decisions made at platforms, and platform affordances are downstream of protocol decisions, right? So if you remember 10 years ago, Facebook decides that all news is going to be video. Every newspaper all of a sudden starts making video content, right? And so it really occurred to us that if you wanted to make a difference, you would actually start thinking lower level, or trying to think all the way through the layers of the stack, as opposed to just thinking about producing a song or a video or a piece of media. That actually this is kind of a new play space where maybe there's a couple of designers at Meta or at Google who are making these decisions that are ultimately going to have aesthetic outcomes. Why shouldn't artists be intervening at that lower level too? So protocol art kind of has that vibe, and I mean that scales kind of nicely to this kind of AI conversation, right? Where you could say protocol platforms, media there to serve the will of the platform, right? Ultimately, you have like AI governance, which is a big question we'll get into. AI models, which then allow people in a permissive way to produce generative media, right? So if you're thinking full stack about that, just producing generative media with a default model produced by Midjourney or something like that is very, very different to thinking about the full scope of how data comes in, how people get paid, so on and so forth.
And this is why I also like to bring this up when people, worry about the future of artists, or if there's still a role for artists, because we really can't confuse the media for the art. We all know that art is actually a really complex conversation between an entire network of people, past, present, and future. And so the fact that a machine can create a piece of media doesn't mean that it can replace that very sophisticated kind of network.
Exactly.
So one of our favorite examples of protocol art is Holly Plus, which is a project that we embarked on right before COVID and kind of took off during COVID
2020
because we were all stuck at home. But we decided to train a machine learning model on my voice. And so we called that Holly Plus. And Holly Plus manifests in a few different instruments, tools that we built, one of which we made publicly available. So you can go to holly.plus. And you can drag any sample, any bit of audio onto the website, and it will convert that into a kind of choir of hollies that will sing back to you. We also have two other instruments that we did not make publicly available. One of them is a score reading instrument that can sing words, and that's the reason why I didn't make that publicly available. And then we also have a real-time voice transfer system that I demonstrated at TED in 2020. And so we'll just show you a short clip of that so you know what I'm talking about here. And with this microphone, you'll hear a live version of Holly Plus developed with Bachir Labs. So we won't play the whole demo, but Fur has an absolutely beautiful voice, and it doesn't sound like that. That is him singing through my voice model. So Fur did a really beautiful demonstration at TED where he sang a duet with himself and me all by himself. I think that really nicely illustrates the kind of complexity and the psychedelic nature of the way that we will be able to generate things through each other's identity with machine learning tools. And this is, I think, a kind of paradigm shifting moment, and also requires that we rethink intellectual property. So the approach that we decided to take, we called identity play, so it's kind of a play on IP, where we decided to just be really permissive, to let people use my voice, to kind of make whatever media that they wanted, as a kind of experiment to see what happened. People made really beautiful things. And then we decided to further experiment with a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, to try to see if we could play around with the governance of the voice, to try to profit share. If you want to click to the next slide, yeah. So this is the way that we set it up. We had an NFT of the voice model, and then we sold works together, and we kind of split the profits of that in order to build further instruments in a kind of virtuous cycle.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point. I mean, the thing is that the more you begin to work with these tools on a low level, the more you start seeing that new IP primitives are kind of necessary. And so in this particular example, the proposal was, what if rather than, and this is of course in the news now and we'll get to it a little bit later, but rather than simply kind of protecting a voice, seeing this in kind of a 20th century IP paradigm, you say, no, actually we can permissively allow people to use the voice, but profit share where profit is made. It turns out that everything involved here doesn't really have a precedent in kind of in copyright law, and so the big opportunity now is to kind of rethink what these IP primitives will be moving forward, because this feels like a much more natural way to engage with the transformer model or something like this, than prior precedent.
Let's play the example of Jolene on this slide before. I really love this example because, so this is the score reading version of Holly Plus, so I fed the model just a score with words, so none of this is sung in real time. And then we made a kind of avatar of myself with our friend Sam Rolfs, who you can see is performing both my body and my voice in this video. And it's really, really fun to see how someone else embodies you. Yeah, so I'm from rural East Tennessee, where Dolly Parton is kind of the patron saint. So that was really fun for me to realize. So with all these experiments, we traveled around the world and we were kind of shouting from the rooftops the importance of data manners, as we like to call them, because it was so clear to us that where the data comes from and how it's treated is such an important part in this ecosystem. And after the TED Talk, it became really clear that if we really wanted to kind of have a seat at the table, we needed to form an organization to impact not only the kind of technology stack, but also on a policy level. So that's when we decided to co-found Spawning. So little baby Spawn turned into a company called Spawning. And we co-founded it with two machine learning engineers, Patrick Hopner and Jordan Meyer. And do you want to talk about Spawning a little bit, the work that we've been doing with that?
Yeah, I can do. I mean, this is, again, the story of our life in some ways, is that you start a thread and then you just kind of end up going down that thread. But it seemed that, again, in the early 2020s, so a few years ago, very few people were talking about data provenance in models. And so it seemed like kind of a good opportunity to put some funds together to try and actually address this issue. I'll report on some of the progress we've made on this, and also some of the kind of roadblocks we've kind of run into. But the name Spawning came from, it was a kind of a coinage we came up with years ago, this idea that when most people think about the precedent of, or this kind of like unprecedented nature of generative AI, they reference back to sampling, right? They think back to hip hop. And it's like, well, yeah, it kind of is a bit like it if you squint your eyes a little bit, but it's not really, right? Actually, this is an entirely different technology. The analogy I like to use is, if you if you sample David Bowie's voice and recontextualize it in a song, you only have so many options, right? You can pitch it up, you can pitch it down, you can slow it down, you can speed it up, you can change the context around it, but it's still the same sample. In a spawning context, if you take a corpus of training of David Bowie's voice, you can have him sing anything, be a child, be a woman, be an ogre, something like this, right? This is kind of a fundamentally different technology, and so as a result, we kind of need to think of new, as I said earlier, legislation, but also tools and words to try and define this, and to try and tie this a little bit into the theme of today and yesterday's conference too. I also think this ties into universalism quite well. Like reading Lorenzo's essay, he was mentioning a lot of kind of treaties made in the last century, and the one that comes to mind to me is in 1886. I don't know how many people know Victor Hugo, who wrote Les Miserables. Very few people know that Victor Hugo actually put together the Berne Convention, right? And the Berne Convention was made in Bern, Switzerland in 1886. 171 countries still claim to observe it, even though it's potentially slightly outmoded. But it forms the basis of copyright as we understand it, right? So an artist at that time put forward a group and petitioned people in order to put together a universal protocol for respecting creators' rights, the idea of fixing something to a creator at the moment of inception. And I think that that's kind of the challenge that's posed now, and not to create any analogy between what we're doing and what Hugo did, but that's kind of the goal, or that's the aspiration in some sense, is to say that we need more imagination around this. So some context around spawning. We started out saying, okay, when you talk to most people about AI models, they don't know what's going on. And if you read the press, oftentimes you're not going to learn what's going on, right? There's a lot of magical thinking. There's a lot of kind of strange metaphor. And so we're like, okay, we'll put together a site called haveibeentrained.com. And the idea is you'll be able to go to this website and see what data is used to train these models, right? So you, at the time, could go through Have I Been Trained and search all the popular data sets to see, am I in there? Who else is in there? What are these things learning from? The next logical step from there was to say, okay, well, we had a lot of interest in the site because you couldn't do this before. What if we gave people the ability, if they find themselves in there, to make a consent claim and to say, okay, well, do you want to be in there, right? And so we gave them a simple, let's say, binary choice to say, yes, I'm happy to be in here, or no, I'm not happy to be in here. As a result of that experiment, we put together 2 billion opt-outs, right? So 2 billion individual pieces of media were opted out of AI training. Not to get into the legislative side of things, but like in a European context, that's actually quite meaningful because in 2017, there's this thing called Article 4 that later was kind of ratified with the more recent AI Act, saying that actually for commercial purposes, you need to acknowledge explicit opt-outs of data in machine learning training, right? And so in a way, the work we're doing there was very complementary to the work that's happening in the EU right now, and we've spoken with them a great many times. Beyond that, okay, so now we're there and we're like, okay, well, we've actually established a consent protocol. A few AI organizations are using it currently. All the AI organizations are intimately aware of its existence, and I'll leave it at that. We decided to put together another tool that we call Kuduru. Kuduru is kind of interesting, also in an art historical context. A Kuduru is a boundary stone. And actually, a Kuduru was one of the first objects ever curated. I forget the curator's name, but there was an old, Assyrian princess who curated a boundary stone. But the idea of a Kuduru is this idea of basically establishing ownership of something. And so what we did was we put together a network called Kuduru that first off could analyze all scraping activity for AI models on the internet. So this isn't real time, but this was real time at the time. You can kind of get a vibe for where all the activity is happening from this map. But beyond that, we thought we'd do more experiments. This was kind of a performance that we performed at Spawning. This was 18 months ago or something, where we're like, okay, if we can analyze all this network activity, could we stop it? So as you can see here, I don't know if the graph's kind of coming across, but for 2 30-minute intervals last year, Kuduru stopped all network scraping.
You have to think about how much money that costs these companies.
we also turned it off. But the point being, and actually to, again, the point of establishing kind of universal standards, we didn't do this to really mess people up. I think we really could have messed people up. We did this more as kind of a warning shot to be like, actually, if we don't establish manners or some kind of universal understanding around data, this is the future that we will be living with, right? We will be living with a balkanized future in which those who have data that they believe is valuable withhold it, so forget this utopian free internet. But we're still malicious attacks. This wasn't malicious. We stopped training and spanned their wheels for a while, but if we wanted this to be malicious, we could have made it malicious. The idea is that, you know, in order to kind of we can show this kind of picture of what that world might look like. In order to avoid this, we actually need to bring a lot of people around the table to talk about what data manners will be moving forward in a kind of commonsensical way. You can do other fun stuff. This is a bit more malicious. This is, if anyone's familiar with the idea of rickrolling, this is rickrolling ChatGPT, right? So you should explain what rickrolling is. So rickrolling is this old, kind of one of the original internet memes where someone says, check this out, right? And then you're like, what is it? What is it? And you go there and it's Rick Astley singing Never Gonna Give You Up, right? But with similar techniques, it's actually quite easy. It's quite trivial if you are acting in kind of a malicious way, where you're not and you're not kind of feeling trusting about AI model infrastructure, to send it to spoof stuff, right? So we managed to convince it that a website there, contains the lyrics to Rick Astley when it absolutely doesn't. What we're working on at the moment is this thing called Source Plus, so it's kind of a more comprehensive kind of data governance suite. The idea here is to actually increase public data. So we put together, I think, the largest data set of public domain data for image training, for example, is 200 terabytes. The idea being that there is a line given that, we have to use the open internet. Models couldn't possibly work if we were to have consent protocols in place. This is actually not true. It's certainly not true in the image domain. Long story short, the requirements for data are going down in some cases, right? So in the image model space, a couple of years ago, you'd need 5 billion images. Now you can train a competitive image model with 15 million images. So all of a sudden, the possibility of fully public domain models that people can then build off and, again, own, which is kind of interesting in this context in terms of bringing commerce to everyone but 5 companies.
So just to hammer home what that means, if you have a public domain base layer model, then you as an artist can do a fine tune on your own data, and then you can rest assured that you're not stealing anyone else's data if you want to make your model available and monetize that in some way. So we think this is a really important step in bringing artists into the ecosystem. And this brings us to today, what we're working on at the moment. I've actually just come back from a tour. Hans Ulrich spoke to this in his introduction. We're recording choirs all across the UK in a kind of experimental group voice recording model extravaganza. So I've been on the road with my mom and my 1-year-old and a production crew, and we've been traveling into rural communities and recording their voices with a songbook that we wrote specifically for training AI. So we wrote this songbook to try to capture the entirety of the vocalist's voice ranges, but also all of the phonemes from the English language. This project is very dear to our hearts. We're really experimenting with this idea of a data trust. We're doing a lot of work interviewing all of the participants, and this is a really important work in that a lot of these people have never really engaged with AI before, so we're learning a lot about people's fears, but also people's curiosities and how much they want to be on a day-to-day involved in the kind of governance of their own data. To borrow Margaret's phrase from earlier, I see it as a kind of proof of the possible. So while we're dealing with voice models and kind of a choral data set, this could also be applied to more sensitive data, like medical data, or you can imagine the myriad of other kind of applications for this. But we're really trying to see how a group of people that don't know each other, how they would want to engage in a kind of collectively owned data set with a data trustee that we've hired specifically for this project.
Shall I play some song?
Sure.
We've been talking.
Sorry.
it's also really nice. As Ollie said, it feels, I mean, we've looked a lot like Alan Lomax, or I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Kalevala, which is kind of like the founding document of Finland. But there's all this kind of wonderful precedent of like traveling around the country and documenting things, but also learning from people. Yeah, and it's kind of wild to bring this the AI context to the community centre in Beath, Scotland, and speak to people about how they feel about contributing to such things. Yeah, we thought we'd close this off, which I think is in the spirit of the conference, but and it's kind of just echoing probably what everyone said, is that, you know, 21st century challenges call for 21st century institutions. A lot of the work that we're dealing with, I think, deals very much with agency and proving the possible, which stuck with us from what you were saying earlier, really just saying, actually, in a very lean way, you can kind of demonstrate a great deal more imagination than, regrettably, I think is often demonstrated in this kind of AI conversation. And so, yeah, I wanted to kind of use this kind of like last bit maybe to talk about some stuff that's a little more out there. It's kind of useful. I mean, the data conversation, we might find it compelling. Maybe people in this room might find it compelling, but the further you away in the Venn diagram you get, people start to kind of switch off. It's good to remember like the kind of psychedelic aspect of these AI models. And so, yeah, we were going to talk a little bit about embeddings. I don't know how many people here know what an embedding is, but we'll talk about it, and maybe afterwards you'll know a little more. So the simplest way to put it is that embeddings are concepts within AI models, right? So when you go to a text-to-image model, for example, and you prompt something and you say, I want a picture of a dog, you know, that looks like Han Solo or whatever, the fact that the model kind of knows what you mean by dog or knows what you mean by Han Solo is because there are embeddings, which are clusters of data contained within the model that have some kind of a lossy understanding, compressed understanding of a concept. But what I hope we'll articulate over time is that this is kind of a domain where there's so much room for fun ideas of universal debate, consensus, governance, so on going forward, because what this represents in a sense is a very, very different internet, right? And I can't stress that enough. I think we're literally at the precipice of a very different kind of internet that doesn't work like the internet, that people don't interact with in the same way as the internet. So hopefully we'll have convinced you by the end of this embeddings rant. Maybe you...
So when it comes to an embedding such as like a glass of water, that's something that, you know, it's basically trained on the commercial internet, images of glasses of water, and that's, you know, it's usually going to be some sort of a clear container with a fluid in it. It's, you know, usually going to turn out somewhat like this.
It's fairly objective.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. It's fairly objective. But when it comes to more subjective things like beauty or, you know, love, these kind of terms, that's where it gets lost. So often in these models, beauty is defined as Scarlett Johansson's face. You know, that's like what beauty is according to the commercial internet. So we were really curious. I, as a semi-public figure, there are enough photographs of me online to where I reach the fame threshold where I have an embedding of who I am. There's a concept of me in latent space. Now, I'm not famous enough to really be fully fleshed out. I don't really have features. I'm kind of a giant red ball of hair, as you can see. So we tried two different techniques here. They're about a year apart, to really kind of reverse engineer in a way and dive into the model to try to understand what is the essence of Holly Herndon. I really like the first one. I think that captures a really kind of beautiful color palette. But really the third one, the ball of hair, that's the kind of thing that kind of comes up over and over and over. That's the most kind of recognizable feature that I'm given in this space. So we started really asking, how much agency do we have? If this is the new internet, if this is a new way that we're going to connect with other people, do I not get to define who I am in this new internet?
Which, of course, was one of the founding kind of promises of the old internet, right? There's the old New Yorker cartoon, on the internet, nobody knows that you're a dog, right? This idea that you could, like the internet was this place of boundless potential where you could redefine yourself, take on new identities, take on multiple identities, manage these. The conversation now is kind of flipped in entirely the opposite way, where everything is about truth, right? So with AI models, it's like everyone's concerned about disinformation, misinformation. How could we possibly get that, boil things down to, quote unquote facts or whatnot, so that these models are not deceiving anybody? But of course, in that process, you're losing so much, right? Because what is holly, right? Or what is beauty in this particular case?
And what is one's identity, and can it not shift and change over time? So that was the experiment that we did for the Whitney Biennial this year that we called X Hairy Mutant X. And so the idea was, can I change who I am in this embedding? So the first kind of experiments that we did, we tried making me something wildly different, like a unicorn. And what we realized is when the kind of scraping is happening, it understands all of these images as holly. And then if it sees the unicorn that's so far outside of what holly is, it just kind of throws that information away. So we're like, okay, what can we do there? We can really then just lean into my pastiche. So what we did is we hired a costume designer, and she created a costume of me where I am a giant haircut, and then we did a photo shoot, and then we trained a model on that character where I am a kind of Gollum-like mutant haircut. And then we created this website, xhairymutantx.whitney.org, and we invited the public to prompt through the model and to create all kinds of mutant hollies. And the wonderful thing about this being hosted through the Whitney is that when the data is collected for these models, there's a kind of ranking happening. We don't exactly know what the weights are, but we understand that there is more weight given to the New York Times than there is to someone's personal blog. So by all of these images of Holly as a giant red hairball being hosted on the Whitney's website, which is considered a source of truth, we're kind of flooding the internet with images of me as my pastiche. And this is kind of an ongoing performance. So the website's still up, the biennial is still installed, and we'll see when the new models come out how I appear and if we actually had an impact. I think that we will.
So that's kind of an example of debate over things in this kind of in this new generative internet. The other question then is, a question of kind of ownership, and I'll just touch on this very quickly. But this is a project we did last year as kind of a test. So we created, for example, this original sculpture. I mean, quite how original it is a question, but it's a physical sculpture with a horse that has a face that is kind of like a hive. And we're like, okay, this is a rather incongruous combination of things. What if we were to use the same technique we used to discover who Holly is inside AI models, to see how close we can get to this sculpture inside an already existing AI model? And long story short, kind of the punchline is that any original thing that you make now can actually be found somewhere on the manifold of an already trained AI model, which is very difficult to get your head around. But it turns out that, let's say, in the image space or in the pixel domain of something, a digital image space, actually the many different kind of combination of pixels that could be put together can actually recreate retrospectively a new piece of work. Why is this important? Again, if we're now talking about the entire internet moving into latent space in this sense, this gives you the ability to identify and speculate on, for better or worse, private latent space, right? The idea is saying that in actuality, there are certain corners of AI models that can be identified and located as existing and having corollaries in the real world. And so this was a little experiment there, but I think, again, these are the kind of ideas that, number one, this research is not really happening within the larger companies, but I think will ultimately start to play more of a role going forward. And I guess to wrap it up, as a bit of a provocation, in line with the kind of universalism theme here, currently there's over $300 billion invested in AI, right? Amongst very heavily concentrated amongst a bunch of companies at the top, and then kind of sliding down toward a bunch of companies that will ultimately be kind of acquired by the companies at the top. Right, and all of this stuff is kind of operating on a very familiar and very narrow premise. The premise is ultimately that we're going to have AGI, which is a very slippery kind of definition, but ultimately that a new internet is going to be built, and one or a few of these companies are going to win, right? I would argue in the sense that when we start talking about data rights, or this idea of agency, or this idea of art, or this idea of subjectivity, while I actually admire many of the people working in these companies, some of the brightest people I've ever met work with inside these companies, you could say that it's fair to say that their imagination is rather constrained. It's not necessarily that they don't have the ideas, it's just that they have to balance and counterbalance those ideas with, let's say, certain priorities within the organization. We've definitely run into this with some of the data policy work that we've been doing, is that at the end of the day, a lot of people are like, yeah, it's kind of messed up, but things are as they are. So let's just, if we are to just assume, take people at their word, I'm skeptical of some things, but let's just take people at their word, right? Let's just assume that the web, the education, the information, that work, the social contract, the art is changed forever, right? And we have the benefit of knowing that the last time when people said this about the internet, they kind of had a point. Right? We have the benefit of knowing that when there was kind of that consensus last time, these things did actually happen in ways that were quite difficult to predict, but you can reliably say, okay, this is a serious thing, this isn't going to go away. In which case, the real need, in a sense, is 21st century art and policy institutions that we would argue need to be fluent at the protocol level in order to compete, let's be real, we're probably not going to compete, but at least compete in the ideas domain as to where these things are going. And so, to fold this back into the original kind of gambit we brought up, that's really what we're trying to think about right now. Is, in a sense, it's quite a scary process to be starting an art studio in a time where half of the people you talk to will say that art is existentially threatened by this tech, but we would actually say it's kind of the opposite. That we kind of need for art studios like the art studios of the 20th century that dealt with a new global reality, to be looking, let's say in the architecture domain, to be looking at digital infrastructure and digital architecture moving forward. Yeah. So
Hans Ulrich put us in touch with Rem Koolhaas recently, and we were really inspired with the way that, the huge impact that his studio has had on urban planning and just, contemporary life. And, I'm not as hubristic to think that we will have the same impact, but we really take that as an inspiration for how can we build a studio that's dealing with the protocol level and that can have an impact on people's daily lives and from a legislative level, but also in the technical stack. So yes. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope that was. I hope that wasn't too sweaty.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Holly and Matt. And I actually was thinking, if you have a few more minutes, I wanted to ask you one or two questions.
Please.
So thanks for this brilliant presentation. The question I wanted to ask you is, if you had written a post-it, and we hope you're going to do one after the talk, about what is universalism, what would you write? What would you have written? And then I was also thinking that it would somehow be interesting to hear from you a little bit about the idea, what it means in relation to protocol. Because obviously very often if one looks at literature on internet protocol, this question of the universal, comes up. There's a very direct connection. And how to avoid that protocols are homogenizing and, everything we've been discussing all day, we don't want them to be.
I'm going to dodge this one. I feel like I'm still coming to terms with with all of the discussions around the universal that I've heard over the last couple days, and I don't want to do a disservice to all of the wonderful thought that's gone into this by just spitting something out right now. But I will say that I have been digesting, and it's getting the kind of wheels in motion in my mind, and I think that there's such a huge overlap with the work that we're doing, especially in the embedding space and the kind of battle right now for how things are defined in these public spaces.
I see an analogy. I think that you're right to identify when you talk about protocols. Ultimately, you're talking about kind of a common language, Yep. And the opportunity to establish a common language, whether you're talking about, establishing a common language and common protections doesn't need to homogenize, right? If anything, and you could say this with a lot of kind of commitments that people make, providing some kind of stability or some kind of a trust infrastructure gives you the freedom to express individuality or diversity, right? That's ultimately my feeling on there, is that having like a common understanding of knowing your relationship, let's say, to your data, or your business's relationship to legal threats or something like this, is a necessary prerequisite to build anything on top of. And I think in terms of the post-it note, for me it's actually incredibly hopeful. Without kind of, I think this balkanization theme, we're obviously deep in the kind of AI wars, which is incredibly niche. I don't think it will be niche going forward, but it feels niche sometimes. But I think just generally the trend towards balkanization is actually quite scary. And to see a renewed commitment toward kind of amending that, or kind of trying to avert that is actually quite hopeful and spiriting. So, yeah.
There could not be a better conclusion.
And wanting to avoid balkanization doesn't mean that we do not want subculture. We actually are really hoping for thriving and, yeah.
Well, that's why, I mean, you put it really well when you talk about manners, right? Like, manners need not be constraining. It's just a decorum, right? There's like a common decorum that you can build difference on top of, right?
All right, Matt, thank you so much. There could not be a better conclusion. Thank you, thank you. Thanks a lot. And please do the post-it. And as Philippe Pareno once said, la chaîne est belle, so we always have to think about connection. And Lorenzo had the most brilliant idea that we're going to go from Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst to
Yuk Hui.
Voilà. Hello. So we're going to begin with your post-it, but it seems that there is no post-it, so
Empty one.
The post-it.
There is an emptiness, as
the emptiness.
There is a post-it by Yuk Hui, but it's an empty post-it with his name on it. So I think this is what you have to explain to us. It's very Sartrean, of course.
No, this is does it work? Yeah. But that's basically, this refusal is also the condition of the universal. The emptiness, the refusal, is the condition of the universal.
And obviously also the silence.
Right. Yeah.
Not much of that tonight.
I once, talking about philosophy, interviewed Gadamer, the German philosopher, and he was almost 100 years old. I went to visit him in his house. And he all of a sudden fell asleep. And, the camera was running, and I was alone with him. And he was asleep for probably about 20, 30 minutes. And it was a time, it was in the 90s, when we still had landlines. Something we no longer have. There were landlines. And so there was this big telephone on his desk. And all of a sudden, after about 20, 25 minutes, the telephone started to ring. And he woke up, and he was immediately, of course, conscious of what had happened, He said, I'm in an interview, I'm going to call you back. And then he hung up the phone, and he looked at me and at the camera, and he said, you will have greatest difficulties to transcribe my silence. Anyway, what we thought with Lorenzo is, before we ask you any question, it would just be amazing to have you react to what we've just been listening to with Holly and Matt. And, have your comment on that, or connection.
Well, thank you for these very difficult questions to react to the performance. Well, I don't know, but I want to try to. I wanted to understand why there was such a performance in an event dedicated to universalism, and what is the relation of this performance, or our discussion of protocols, our discussion of artificial intelligence, in relation to universalism that we are talking about today. And I think maybe to some extent, I think there is a tension. This tension is, especially with the development of technology, with the with the fantasy of a general artificial intelligence, namely that there is a possibility to create an intelligence that is able to do better than all human beings in terms of social, political, economic planning. Is this the promise of the new universal in the time of digitization? I think this is a good question that we have to reflect on. And for me, this is also because I have been talking about the universal for 2 days, and when I say that the general artificial intelligence is a fantasy, because it is also a test case for the universal, because the universal is not empirical fact. It's not the induction from empirical fact. You know? While the general artificial intelligence is functioning on induction, functioning on empirical fact. So I think there is a tension that is open up for us to enter into that, to really question the notion of the universal.
And how do you enter that tension, can I ask?
How do I enter that tension? Well, I think that maybe let me try to refuse several claims that has been made. First of all, that the artificial is constructed. The artificial is the universal is artificial, is constructed, such as the universal that could be derived or induced from the huge amounts of data we are going to have. Because I think this is a very delicate and complicated question. When we think about this, actually we found little value to talk about the universal. Why? Because we easily enter into a kind of nihilism, but also cynicism. We could easily adopt, for example, the claim already made by Carl Schmitt, for example, in 1932, when he said, whoever talks about humanity wants to lie, because it is impossible to talk in the name of humanity, because such a claim could be refused by those who disagree. So I think if we want to talk about the universal, then we have to first of all recognize that the universal is not an empirical fact. It is not the induction of empirical fact. But there is a necessity, however, to think about the universal, which is not given as a fact, and which is not simply constructed. So this is a myth, or almost a myth, but also a very important philosophical question.
Now, in the notes for this meeting, because
Right.
you wrote these fascinating notes for today and for yesterday, you write that there are two kinds of universals. One follows constitutive principles, and the other follows regulative principles. One subordinates all other civilizations to its standards and protocols, and the other consists in a faith in the existence of a universal, which is not immediately given, but it is our duty in constant search for the common ground of all human beings. The first universal has been the target of cultural relativism. So I want to ask you, what is the second universal? And if you could talk a little bit about this text also you wrote in relation
Right,
to
yeah,
that.
yeah. When I was my earlier claim regarding the difficulty of talking the universal referred to the second kind of universal. Because what is the first kind of universal? It's one which could be easily rejected by relativism, by saying that no, something is imposed, and this what is imposed could be questioned. But the first kind of universal is we can say it is kind of logical truth. It is the laws of nature, for example. But this second kind of universal is not something that is given to us. It's not a rule or law that we can apply on the particular. But rather we have to look for this universal. And this looking for the universal is a reflective process. We have to constantly looking for it, even though it is not guaranteed that we are going to have it, because we cannot have it. Once we have it, it could be rejected as imposed as someone else universal. So this is the second kind of universal that I have in mind that I try to rediscover from Immanuel Kant.
Well, I'd like to ask you a follow-up question on this, but I'd also ask you to react to Matt and Holly once more, maybe on the question of the splinter net or the balkanization that Matt was raising in his conversation. And, your work points to a certain homogenizing force that cosmotechnics, that science provides, a kind of telos that brings together the world, actually, across its division in different human tribes. And yet that homogenizing power of science seems to be deployed for the purposes of competition, if not fragmentation, to the extent that we may be going towards the direction of having a China stack, an India stack, a US stack, and or an internet that is broken along national or civilizational lines, and artificial intelligence that responds to questions that are prompted into the keyboard, depending on the civilizational values that are represented by the owners of that specific large language model, for example. So speaking of tensions, I'm wondering how you read the tension between the homogenizing principle of science and the fragmentation that appear to be happening in front of our eyes today.
Well, I wouldn't say there is I wouldn't call it the homogenization of science, but rather what we see today with the process of digitization, but also technological development, there is a technological determinism, and this technological determinism, of course, brought about by the technological development, actually carry in itself a homogeneous set of rules, a homogeneous set of values and assumptions, which every one of us is practicing without realizing that it is only one set of, a particular set of value, a particular set of rules. So in that case, it is very difficult for us to, or it becomes problematic for us to talk about democracy, because in that case, we still base on democracy on this particular set of rules. For example, today, how are we going to talk about democracy on Twitter? That we rely on a particular media in order to talk about democracy. Right, so then we have the debate between earlier Trump and Elon Musk. But I think in line with our discussion on universalism, I would rather propose a democratization of technology. A democratization of technology that doesn't really say that we need to invent a Chinese internet, a Japanese internet, an Italian internet, but rather the democratization of technology that allow us to develop alternative tools which allow us to pursue values, to pursue other practices that are not determined yet by the existing technologies or the current hegemony, or technological hegemonies.
I thank you so much. I have two last questions. One is just following up on the AI as a follow-up question. You wrote a text on AI recently, and you talked there about this idea of not being good masters, and I didn't fully understand that. I think you also found that quote, no?
The idea of, well, I suppose the question is that humans may not be very good masters of AI.
That's exactly, that seems to be the point. And I didn't fully understand that. Can you explain that to us?
Where is this from?
No, right. So I think the analysis is more that we should be less worried about becoming the slaves of AI, but rather that we've never been very good masters in the first place.
We have never been...
we may have the wrong quote, Hans. This is also possible.
Yeah.
Maybe we asked this to ChatGPT, you see, and then he hallucinated and gave us a fake Yuk Hui quote that we utilized to make the interview questions for tonight.
I mean, I think we can still talk about that in the sense that, it is said that we enter into a competition with AI, for example. Yeah. I think this is today. When we talk about the mass unemployment, when we talk about the threat of AI to us, we are actually put into competition with AI. And actually, it seems that the human is doomed to lose this game. Why? Because unless we intervene into what I call the democratization of AI, then actually what we see this kind of AI is that they know more and more about us because of the data we produce. But on the other hand, we know less and less about AI because of its opacity, right? So when we think of this way, we are going to be defeated. But when we realize that we are in a competition, we are also defeated, right? So we are in a paradox that unless we change the way we develop AI, we understand AI, we are always already defeated.
Very last question, and that's really the question about the glossary. We wanted to ask you for the book to contribute to the glossary and maybe see if you have any other, concepts or words instead of universalism to propose for that growing list.
Well, I wouldn't say that alternative to universalism, but rather a new way to think about the necessity and also the possibility of the universal today. And I would say, I will propose two words. Mm-hmm. The first word is fragmentation. Fragmentation in the case that to fragment a totality which was assumed, and which was assumed to be the solution of the current problems. So first of all, we need a fragmentation. And secondly, I would say diversification. And when I say diversification, and I don't say simply diversity, because I remember in the past 2 days we say diversity is a fact. Diversity is already a fact. That we have diversity, we speak different languages and so on. But I think what is equally important, or even more important, is diversification, because it's not only that diversity has to be maintained, but also diversity has to be facilitated and to be cultivated. So we cannot say what the universal, the second type of universal, is. We cannot put into words what exactly it is, what kind of procedure we can follow in order to arrive there. However, we can step back by saying that there are something we can still do in order to cultivate or in order to think of a universal which, even though we cannot put it into words, is still necessary for our communal life. For example, let's put it in. Let me give you a simple example. For example, the beautiful. The beautiful is a kind of universal, which we cannot really define what exactly it is. The beautiful. The beautiful. That we cannot define what exactly it is, because when I say the beautiful is A and B, then you, Hans Ulrich, may say, no, I disagree with you. What you said is actually ugly. But I think without a belief in the beautiful, actually, I don't know how an artist could create his or her work. So I would say that step back and to think about, start with fermentation, to start with diversification, and maybe from there we can start thinking about a new kind of universalism, which will bring benefit to all. In the sense of Kant, when he talks about universal, is because we want to bring forward an allgemeine Glückseligkeit, universal happiness.
Yuk Hui, thank you so much. Big round of applause.
And we have a new post-it. Aha. And I think this is Mamadou Diouf's post-it. Welcome, Mamadou. Opa.
Hello. As always, many thanks to Ruth and a warm welcome, very warm welcome to Mamadou. Can you explain what you wrote for the post-it? We can start with that, no?
Thank you, but listening to you, I find myself thinking that probably I could be a composer in order to be universal. And what I'm basically saying in this small paragraph is that when we talk about universalism and our discussion around that concept shows, I think, something which is problematic. And when I was listening to Yuk Hui and about we are sometimes confusing on one hand discussing about universalism, the history of the deployment of the concept, and trying to come with an understanding of universalism which include everybody, and which include, and one thing which has always interested me is a sentence by Chinua Achebe, who is explaining that probably this conflictual world we are living in is the product of the imposition of one narrative, the narrative of the West. And the only way precisely to build a universal, which is an open universal, is to allow all the narrative to express themselves. So my interest in this discussion is an interest tracing the history of the deployment of the term universal and how it's affected both its site of production, which is Europe, and the effect on the periphery, which I think Europe constructed. So my engagement with the concept is to write the history of how black intellectuals at a given moment, which is the early 20th century, began engaging with the concept, began actually deconstructing it, and deconstructing it through pushing to write the history of black people, to write the history of Africa, and concluding that the only way to write the history of black humanity is to rewrite the history of the human. And it's why the first African-American historian of the late 18th century are the first global historian. Because the idea is precisely that you cannot write black people, non-Western people, back in the flow of history if you don't revise the structure of history. And it's what basically I'm interested in. And to give you I think for me, one of the nicest illustration of that tension between, is it about writing your own history as black humanity, or is it about revising the general history of narrative, is what, an Ivorian novelist, Bernard Diagne, wrote in a novel published in 1956, Clembier. And what he say, what is amazing with white people, and it's why I associate, actually, if you want, universalism to the discovery and the age of imperialism. He say, even if they move outside of Europe, they have to move with their climate. They can't go anywhere without going with their climate. I'm not only talking about their idea. What he called their climate is the AC.
I think you somehow gave an answer to Yuk Hui and found a recurrent theme in our conversation, which is that of a passage through fragmentation to reach a different kind of universality. I'm reminded of earlier on in our conversation, Manthia Diawara speaking of nationalism, the nationalism of today, as a rite of passage, or as having to go through a moment of fragmentation of the totality of history, of the fake totality of the universality we inherited from the past, in order to diversify and multiply the voices, the perspectives, the histories, as the precondition for a possible recomposition of a different universal history. And so I'd like you, it's always tricky to ask a historian to speak about the history of the future, but I wanted to get your glimpse as how you see a possible recomposition of our world, of our universe, around a different commonality than the fake universality we inherited from the past and that is now helpfully fragmenting.
But it's precisely what you are saying is precisely what historians are doing today and what I'm doing. I'm writing the history to come. And to write the history to come, you have to take into account, on one hand, social economic processes you can document. It's why in the early 20th century, the discussion about history for black intellectuals is by saying that history is not about the narrative, it's not about arguing, it's about archiving. The archive which allows you not to recompose the past, but to write the past and its own possibility in order to project yourself to the future. And this is what is changing with the intervention of these black intellectuals. They are coming up with a kind of discussion which is displacing the archives of history, but also displacing the axis, based on which humanity and the way in which the human is projecting itself in the future. It's not necessarily about a past, but it's a past to build in relation to a future which is part of what it means to be a human. It's why the idea of a fragment is a very interesting idea. Because the idea of the fragment, when we think about this reconstruction of history, it's quite clear. Because Alexander talked a lot about the Greek, the Greek heritage, Greek miracle, etc. He talked a lot also about Napoleon's expedition in Egypt, 1898. But the very interesting way is the way in which, black historians are reviewing those moments, which are founding moments on the building of the Universal, when they are precisely appropriating them to expropriate Europe from the claim it's making of being at the origin of civilization. So it means that reconstruction is based on fragment, but fragment which is it's not about difference, it's not about diversity. It's about the recognition of difference, the recognition of diversity, and we have to add to that recognition redistribution. It's about recomposing actually the map by accepting that the fragments do exist.
Thank you so much. Now, we haven't spoken a lot tonight about Senghor, and of course, the first thing we discussed when you arrived, before we actually started the reunion, the meetings, you talked about Senghor, and Senghor, of course, realized that Europe no longer had the privilege of articulating the universal, and that brings us to this redistribution you mentioned. So I wanted to ask you to talk about Senghor and la condition humaine in relation to universalism.
Yeah, I think it's important, and it's a process. Basically, I have to confess that my generation, we didn't read Senghor seriously, and we believed that he was a politician. He was a, as we say in French, a valet de l'impérialisme. So why bother about what he was talking about? But one thing which is interesting when you come back to revisit him, you find out very interesting moment. In 1934, young student graduating, from the Sorbonne is invited to give a conference in Dakar. And the fascinating aspect of that conference is that is probably the first stage he is putting in place his understanding of African cultures, civilization, and language, and his understanding of the encounter with the West and the effect of such an encounter. And what is fascinating is the recognition precisely of, on one hand, the fragments that African societies are a society of fragments, and fragments which are specific, if you want, cultures. They are connected, but they are different, and those differences have really built their identities. And the process of identification is that process of exchange. Difference and exchange. And Senghor will use Césaire's rendezvous du donner et du recevoir to explain that changes. The second element, which is also an important element, is the fact that Senghor was both, let's say, a pagan and a Catholic at the same time. His paganism, if you want, allow him to understand that it's a territory in which anything is fixed. Things are changing. And you don't have an absolute power in it. In Catholicism, what he finds is precisely the possibility of negotiating, as Bachir was saying, a universal. But Senghor will use a term which is a powerful term, dialogue. He will say, Senegal is le pays du dialogue. The idea that exchanging is important. But in these exchanges, you have a discussion about the universal. What Catholicism offers is the possibility of opening a debate about, the claim made by the Christian Church message that it is a universal one.
Yeah.
And Senghor and the first generation of educated African began claiming that the only way to make the Christian message universal is to decouple it radically from European culture. And this is offering, at a given point, a way for Senghor's generation and the following to propose a revision of universalism and how to renovate it, how to make it, if you want, universal. And Senghor's discussion about the universal is also influenced by Teilhard de Chardin, who used the concept, which is the concept of the civilisation de l'universel. Another element which is important, which is coming from Césaire, they suspect the West. They don't believe that the West is able to dialogue and even participate in recreating a universal. Césaire says the West is invalidated, is out, even of the discussion because of the violence of its intervention. And it's also a culture unable to dialogue. He says that it's a culture that soliloques.
Mamadou, I'm going to take for our glossary your concept of Senghor, the relation between receiving and giving. I think that's something that we should and can add to our glossary for thinking through ways of naming the universal without naming it. Mamadou, thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. And can we invite Nadia, Yala, Kisukidi to join us?
A very warm welcome.
I think, oh, pardon.
Maybe we begin, as always, with the post-it, with your scar. Can you tell us a bit what we've just been listening to, what you wrote?
Buonasera. I hope you hear me well. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the conversation. Thank you for the high notes, because I'm usually a person who loves low notes and low modes, and it was quite astonishing to be listening to this music, which is also an interpretation of this quote. And during all the conversation we had, yesterday, today, and tonight, I was thinking about a French philosopher called Simone Weil, and she has written something quite awkward to me. And this is about, it is in a book called La personne et le sacré, The Person and the Sacred, written in 1943. I hope I'm not making a mistake. Where she says something like, okay, I'm going to try to translate it from French to English, which is absolutely impossible for me, but I will just translate the last paragraph. And she says something like, there is something from the beginning of our childhood until our death that we are all expecting in our heart as human. Despite of all the experience of death, of suffering that we may have experienced in our own lives or that we may observe every day. And what we are expecting, we expect from the others to treat us better. We don't expect them to mistreat us. This is something that is absolutely abstract for me. And we also had this beautiful and very inspiring conversation around motherhood. And as we are in a conversation, I would love to engage a conversation with things that were said. And when I was listening to Guy Wang, it was beautiful. And you said something that was moving, but deeply moving. You said, as a mother, I want my child to live. And I need to think that there are people who will take care of my child as I can take care of him. It's funny because as a mother, I exactly feel the contrary. It means that I don't want to take care of my child, of course. I hope so. I mean, not all the mothers, okay. We're not going to start the motherhood things. But as a mother, I don't want to take the risk to think that somebody will take care of my child because I know that many others won't take care of him. Which means that what Simone Weil is saying to me is abstract because the absolute fact that we have to deal with is that when people are crying for care, we don't give them the care they need. And this is from that point of view that I want to think, which is a point of view that is trying to understand, to think from the situation where you know that nobody is going to give you the care you should deserve or require. And this is the position where the idea of a universal, the idea perhaps of humanity doesn't really work anymore because we know, and our world at the present time is a super awful demonstration or exhibition of that. A lot of children are crying for care and they don't receive it. They receive many things instead. Bombs, violence, but they don't receive the care. So as a mother, I have to live in a world which is where the violence is so intense that I have to think from the point of view of the fact that my children won't receive the care. I have to live from the point of view where everywhere humanity is something that doesn't exist and that is not experienced.
Yeah, and I think that resonates very much with something that Ece Temelkuran actually said earlier today in our conversation, earlier this evening, about the impossibility of really conceiving and acting at the scale of the planetary without taking into account the conditions of the wretched of the Earth, those who are on the losing side of the planetary deal, which I think is something that you mentioned this morning or yesterday in our endless conversation of the past 2 days. And I think it's very important for all of us to keep this in mind. I think you said, you put it by quoting Latour perhaps, that we are in the same planet but not in the same world. There are differences as such, our experiences even of the becoming uninhabitable of the planet are very different than any simple community just by our shared planetary threats is at risks being simplistic. I think that is why it's important to think, as you do, of different places in which the universal can be thought, in which the planetary can be thought, precisely to avoid these blind spots or avoid generalizing one's own particularity, privileged particularity even, into a totality. You have a beautiful essay. We are in a museum today. You have a beautiful essay in L'Esprit about the redistribution of universalizing, of the enunciation of the universal, which is, I think, something that Mamadou was speaking about just now. You know, the redistribute, give up, redistribute, multiply, fragment the enunciation of the universal. You write this in the context of the restitution of works of art, the Benin bronzes, and you say the claim of the Universal Museum in Europe is a false claim. That museum is not a universal museum. What we need to reconstruct is not the particularistic museum, but to multiply the places where universality can be articulated, the museums, parts of the world in which this articulation can happen. So, can I ask you to speak, and perhaps connecting to Mamadou, about this redistribution of the power of universalizing?
It's really complicated, and can I be honest? And I don't want to be.
It's your article.
I don't want to be provocative.
No, you must.
Really, I'm not. But I wrote this article, and I forget what I wrote. Not because I am a light person. Not because, you know, we produce things as intellectual and then we go on, etc. But because I think that the question of the universal is not my point anymore. And that's why there are things that are in paper, that are written, that belong to the past. I think that I could still promote and defend this text, but to me, it's ancient. And while I was listening to all our conversations, I was thinking about Gramsci, the Italian thinker, and I had the quote coming in French. I should have known it in Italian, I'm sorry, and I really don't know it in English, so I will try a kind of awful translation, which won't be universal at all. But you know, you have this quote of Gramsci saying, I am the optimism of the will and the pessimism of the intelligence. Is that right?
The optimism of the will and the pessimism of reason.
Yes, this is something that I would say about universalism, because it's quite difficult to say, okay, I am going to get rid of the concept of humanity. The void is so intense, and I don't really know the consequences of that void, that this is something that is too light and too obscene, and I can't get rid of that. So I would say that I am a universalist of the will, but that I cannot think from a point of view where we believe that humanity is a given. And what is interesting is that if we read many philosophers in the Western philosophy, but in other philosophy in general, but you have a lot of models where the philosophers themselves say that the universal humanity is a myth, and they think from the point of view of tribalism. An example is, for example, Henry Bergson, who has written a beautiful book called Les deux sources de la morale et de la religion, and he says humanity belongs to a point of view that is demanding the mystical point of view, but we are living and acting in a world where we have to fight against other tribes. And how do we create a policy in these conditions and in those situations? And this is what is interesting. And after that, the second question is, what do we have to do as intellectuals? Is our role to think about what is given, the violence of tribalism, a violence we are all committed in? And how do we manage to create space to breathe, to live with dignity into these spaces of violence? Or do we also have to create mythology, fictions, the fiction of a shared humanity, for example, the fiction of the universal? Is this our role? This was the question I was thinking. Do we have also to think about the reality, but do we also have to dream? Do we also have to be professional dreamers? So that's perhaps the question I would love to ask and to share after those 2 absolutely stimulating days of thinking and of thought. Yeah.
That is almost a great conclusion. We do, however, have a last question, which is to ask for your contribution to the glossary. And I wondered if you have alternative names which we can use beyond universalism to put people together, to think about a common horizon.
Yeah. I will disappoint you. I'm sorry, I don't have any. But know that there are words. We were talking like that with Emanuele and Frédérique. I don't know if she's here. And it's not a joke, but there are words that I would love to understand more and to see if we can do something with them. And the word that is coming can be seen as the negation of the universal. It is the word tribe. I want to know if we can do something with this word and to create a political view, political action, aware of the fact that we are trapped in tribes. So this is something I would love to think of.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
And we are nearing the end of the marathon. We have the last 4 speakers.
And it's amazing how many of you still are here.
It's a testament to your patience more than the interest of what we're doing, of course. And we're grateful for that. But now I think Zhang Xudong is next. I hope.
Very warm welcome.
Welcome.
I really like it. Thank you. Yeah.
You know the rules of the game. The first question is to tell us about your post-it.
Sure.
Which is projected.
Yeah. Buonasera. It's great to have you this evening. I wrote this little note yesterday. It says the universal is in actuality the overstatement and overreaching of the particular. So there's no such thing as the universal. It's always the particular trying to be, more universal than it itself, which is particular. So it's an overstatement, overreaching, and self-idealization, okay? Meanwhile, at the same time, that particular is always implicitly universal in its inarticular form. It is actually universal, but in a very limited, clumsy, particular way. So it will be through a massive and a consistent process of translation. I cannot read myself. For these discourses to be what? To be heard, to be understood by each other in terms of resonance. So we figure out a way to listen to hear each other. We hear the universal when we actually face the particular, and the vice versa. So that's the little note I put. And I loved this classical music version. While listening to it, I kept fantasizing my previous life or next life in existence or being in classical music. In that regard, I agree with Lorenzo. I think anything can be particularized except classical music.
Thank you, and we are indeed so grateful to Ruth for these amazing interpretations. Now, you mentioned resonance, and that's exactly what I wanted to ask you as a first question, to explore the question of resonance or the coming into being of a universal, because you gave a talk here recently in Venice, and you interpreted the Chinese expression of resonance in that talk as a possible resonance with everyone and everything else, which I think is relevant for the topic here. Can you tell us a little bit about, and maybe also summarize that talk, because I think it would be interesting to hear for everyone more.
Yeah, that might take up all the time I have, so I would just say something like this. It's very simple. Simply, resonance is translation, understanding, but in an impossible situation. Physical barriers, insulation, institutional conflicts, or having different languages, perspectives, value systems, which render conventional understanding, comprehension impossible. Or geographical distance, spatial or economic, class hierarchy, whatever. Those real, actually existing barriers which separate us. Nonetheless, we hear each other. We feel each other. We feel almost the physical trembling, right? The sound waves penetrating all these physical, social, economic barriers. That's what I meant by resonance, the first thing. The second is that once you enter in the realm of being resonant with other, it's always an other, the other source, the alien source of transmission, of signals, messages, inspirations, ideals. You feel it, and there is physical vibration within you. It's other story vibrating inside you. I think it's a line vaguely sort of going to Gilles Deleuze, who is big on this issue of I think in his thesis on Kafka and the minor literature. So whenever we hear other stories, narratives, others apostrophe us, vibrating within ourselves, that's the location. That's the moment of resonance. And I believe that has everything to do with the universal, because otherwise it's just the particular. It doesn't matter. And the ancient Chinese regard themselves as the universal, but of course it was just something particular, right? The modern West is to a larger extent universal. I believe more universal than the classical Chinese versions of universalism, but nonetheless it's a particular. The more universal it claims to be, the more particular it is, like our own time, right? It's in many ways scientific advancement, technological sophistication, planetary consciousness, interconnectivity, right? Internet, we talk to each other all the time. So very much closer to the universal. But ours is a very particular, singular, peculiar time. With a moment of polycrisis, a moment of all kinds of emergencies. That's something I meant by this resonance.
Thank you.
Thank you. It may be my fatigue at this time, but I see a lot of resonance between this concept and other concepts utilized in this very long marathon. This I tremble when the other trembles. The relationality and care that was being discussed from Margaret Levi to Arturo Escobar. Wang's deconstruction of the duality of the I and the redefinition of the I as a co-becoming with the other. I think there is really a fil rouge, a thread that runs through many of the responses that we are receiving that would be very important to explore in our glossary. And maybe more than a glossary, we need a special cartography of these words and how they overlap three-dimensionally. But that's a question, I think, for Frédérique Ait Touati when she joins us later on. That's just that we can add to our list. But Zhang, I have a question that also connects to something that's been said earlier today that actually Alexander Kluge mentioned, because he was speaking about Kant's universal, Kant's golden rule, and how Adorno transformed or simplified it, act so that you could say you've been a good animal. And my question is maybe to do with the comparison of Western and Chinese philosophy, but also a way of thinking about the universal that is, as Yuk Hui would say, perhaps not prescriptive. Kant's golden rule, we all know it, it's to only act in such a way that you wish your act to become a universal law. Confucius has a very similar golden rule, where he says, do not impose on others what you wouldn't want imposed on yourself. But the difference seems to me that Kant is ultimately aiming at a law, something that is a priori true, whereas Confucius enters a space of dialogue or persuasion where he tries to resonate with the other, or to have that word resonate with the cosmos, and ultimately to persuade the others to join in this rule, rather than to follow it because it is the only universal in the cosmos. What do you think about these two golden rules?
Yeah, I think they probably complement each other in some mysterious way. The Confucian version, it was much older, as we all know, like 2,500 years ago, and there was no such concept of law as it's defined in the modern West, but it was rather driven by the question whether it is to be human. So it's radically relational, it's radically dialogical, because what matters, what's implicit here is that it is through this mutual recognition, this compassion and sympathy, this bond, which transforms both you and me at the same time in this relationality. It's not like there is ontological you and an ontological me, just we coexist in this relationship. It's not even necessarily an equal relationship. Confucius, like Aristotle, I think believes in this. I think Aristotle says it very eloquently. There's equality only among equals, and inequality among unequals. In other words, equality is either there or not there. It couldn't be, it shouldn't be artificially created. Even if you could claim to create it, it's still fake. And today, our debate is something maybe along the line of a substantial democracy, economic democracy, along with formal democracy, one person, one vote. What about income? What about jobs? Right? What about actual, substantive, And that would sort of be something closer to this ancient Confucian thinking. Because Confucius' time, even though it was very old, it's one of the first moments of the rise of the commoners through learning, through service, right? Otherwise, knowledge was completely monopolized by the court, by the prince. And then Confucius was the first private teacher. He said, everybody, welcome. Yeah, just we are here for learning. And learning is not for this metaphysical notion of knowledge per se. Some have argued this is the origin of Chinese lack, because we never developed modern science. It's the Greeks who came with metaphysics, mathematics, and so on and so forth. But the Chinese only ask the question, how are you going to treat your father or your child, right? Am I a good brother? Am I a good friend? I mean, those kind of questions are pre-philosophical, pre-conceptual. But for Confucius, knowledge was really to be generated by the concrete process of producing what it is to be human, which throws us back to this radical relationality. You could never, ever step out of this spot. So, yeah.
Thank you. Now, we do need your contribution to the glossary, thinking of the book, and alternative names we can use to bring people together, to think about a common horizon.
Yeah. I would say it's a trick question because whatever names that come up, they're always wrong and it won't work.
But we always have one question in the marathon, which and it's never really planned. It sort of falls into place. So last year in the marathon, it was the Diagne question we had in every conversation. This year,
only wrong questions are good questions. So I would come up with two, and I'm still debating between the two. One is negativity. Because the universal, once it's uttered, it's already in the process of self-negating. The universal can never be pinned down, right? Once you pin it down, it's already particular. So it moves out. So the self-negating, the incessant, enduring process of self-negating. So negativity. The other contender, which I am also very fond of, is totality. Totality is just a sort of encompassing spatial term for negativity, because you through negativity you become related to something else. It's through this ever-enlarging, expanding context, this community, knowledge, experience, we realize how limited we used to be. And that's also Confucius. I have another Confucius quote, just comment, just fitting very well in this context. He says, let's say, once you mention Confucius, he says so many things and they are entangled in each other. It's a 绝今是而左非. Yeah, let me stick with this one. Once you realize you are right today, you also realize how wrong you were yesterday. So that's the ever-expanding context, right? Imagination, knowledge, power, capacity, all these things which keep us in touch with this process of the universal, which is self-negating, which means we are always in the state of negating ourselves. That's what brings us closer to this whole nebulous thing called the universal. Otherwise, there's no such thing as the universal. We are all already and always particular, period. Yeah.
Zhang, thank you so very much for your contribution to the glossary and to tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you also for providing a fantastic bridge onto the next speaker, because when you say what is right today was wrong yesterday, my mind flies to Carlo Rovelli.
Thank you, it's fantastic. And I love your Googles, especially.
Thank you so much. So, the rule of the game is always we begin with this post-it score. So, Carlo, we wanted to ask you to tell us what you wrote.
Can I first ask, are people that still have a brain working? Because I don't know how you guys do. I mean, Teflon brain.
We are an artificial intelligence.
You're
We are an
fake, you're
implant.
machines. Are you real? I'm completely tired. That's why I'll try to be.
But look at this, Carlo. I have a collection of Coca-Cola and Prosecco. And,
that's the way you were.
and
there's also cake.
And cake.
I see. Okay, so. Yeah, so first of all, I do resonate enormously with what has been said by many people around me about universality in so many aspects. And Lorenzo, you just emphasized how much I resonate. I think that's the right word with the speaker just before me, with you. I wrote this because I wanted to add one ingredient to this story of what we mean by universality, what are universality, how do we build universality, what role they play. And what I wanted to add is power, because universals are not just there because we like to look at the moon, are there because they play a key role in our society, are there because they've been used and they are used to change society, and they were often be constructed to change society. You need power, and you need to have power to work against power. An example of a moment in which there were declaration of universals, and then we heard about how precisely because every universal is a particular, as we just heard, the same universal became denounced as an instrument of power particular later on, is the French Revolution, when the universal the Declaration of the Right of Man, of the Citizen, were declared and considered by Europe for some time as universal values. But why they were enunciated? Because they were, and this I think is what universal are, a way of rallying, motivating, moving people around some values. So to answer a question that was posed just half an hour ago, do we have to be dreamers of universals? I think yes, that's what we have to be dreamers of, yes. We have to be dreamers about care, about dialogue, about translation, because that's what we want. We have to construct universal because we want to rally many of us, many of the different tribes, into, I would say, a planetary tribe, which is what I think we need. And the reason for that, and I think this is where the emotional, the ethical, the part of the story which is listen to the sufferance of the others, the personal engagement goes hand in hand with rationality. Because why we do that? Because when we get together, it's better for everybody. And when we don't do that, we get in trouble. When the French aristocracy, at the time of Louis XIV and his immediate successors, was resisting against those ideals spreading around, it created a big problem for itself. They ended up pretty bad. So those call for universality, I'm just using that particular example, but it's the same with Confucius, I would say, who I learned from you, that played a role of bringing out power to some extent from the courts and opening up to a much larger part of society. And again, as you also say, later on it became, the same ideology became the legitimization of imperial power sometimes even against resistance to that. So when the Chinese revolution came in, it was anti-Confucian largely. So there's always this dialectic. I don't think the universals are, and I agree with many people like me, static. They are part of a story in which we live, and they play a huge role in taking us ahead. And yes, we have to dream them and rally them because that's best for humanity as a whole.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask about resonance and relation. It's something which makes a very frequent return also in the conversations tonight. We spoke about it a little bit last time. A year ago in the marathon, you talked about the world being a network of interacting processes rather than a collection of entities or things, and that entities in isolation make no sense. And today and yesterday you talked several times about resonance. So I wanted to ask you, what is the resonance or also the relation allowing a universal or universals to emerge?
Yeah, thank you, Hans. I came to the notion of relations and to the idea of relationality that here in this in this tribe it's at home through my work in science, in a very sort of contorted and turnaround way, thinking about quantum mechanics, in particular, in general, what modern science is telling us about the world. And my understanding, modern physics is telling us about the world. And my understanding about is that what perhaps the main message that modern physics is giving us about the world, from relativity, from quantum mechanics especially, but not only, is that we misunderstand the world, we think it in terms of individual entities, things, souls, groups, structure, organism, as entities with properties. And we do understand things much better if we think that entities don't have properties by themselves, they only have properties in relation to something else. So the thing we call properties is just a name we give in the way things act on another one. So I think that physics is pulling us strongly toward a relational thinking. And I think this is strong. The fact that physics does that is strong, not because we didn't know about relational thinking. I've been hearing about relational thinking from people that don't care at all about fundamental physics, and they're right. But there was, at least in the white tribe, should I call this the Western, in our white tribe, they always hope that science and physics in particular, in any case, could provide a sort of underlying substance and the underlying entities articulate in different ways depending on different variants of it, out of which relations can be understood just because there's one entity with some property, another entity with some properties, and of course they're in relation with one another because one is a certain height, one another height, so this is higher than the other because each one has its own. And physics is telling us, no, that's completely wrong. There is no underlying set of things who's carrying the properties. There's only the relationality. If I want to say where I am in physics today, the question has just not meaning at all unless I say where I am with respect to something else. I am near you, I'm more far away than something else. So this relationality is deep, and I think that if I jump away from physics and I realize how more effective is today thinking the world in terms of relations, that helps me a lot in terms of our discussion about universals and power. Because it seems to me what I'm fighting against and what many people here are fighting against is exactly the opposite. Is the idea of viewing an entity, whether it's a country and its nationalism, whether it's an alliance of country and its power, as something who has property and interest by itself, without. And I think this is blindness, because let me put it this way: we all learned Darwinism, one of the great contributions of the white tribe to the knowledge of humankind. Evolution is the way. But Darwin is often misunderstood exactly in that sense. If you read the Origin of Species of Darwin, the story is not that there are species in competition. That's half of the story. And it's obviously half of the story, because if the story was there is a limited amount of resources and species in competition, the prediction of the theory would be the best species prevails and there is only one species left. But that's not what's going on in the biosphere. There's a huge number of species, there are billions of species, and they keep multiplying. So how can there be competition if they keep multiplying? When there's competition, like in a soccer, so one win, like in the European Championship, you compete and one win. Why? Because the resources are the other species. So it's actually the biosphere, it's a collaborative game within which there is competition. So if you forget this collaborative game, we completely and so if I bring home this, it seems to me that the white tribe, our tribe, which has the power in the world, is in front of a historical choice. Either accepting the relationality in which humanity, the overall human tribe is built from, and sees the common interest in collaborating because there is global warming, because there is a nuclear catastrophe behind the corner, because there is an enormous amount of wealth and an even larger amount of disparity, because power is being unbalanced, and so on. So it starts giving up some of its power, or vice versa, like it's doing now, behave centralizing, and that is a recipe for catastrophe, in my opinion.
Carlo, can I enlist your help? We're drawing towards a close, so I must ask you to be succinct in this reply, although the question would be incredibly complicated, in helping us define how a universal is produced. I think something that's been, again, recurrent today is the idea that universals represent a constant process of creation and recreation. Zhang Xudong used the term self-negativity. With Pankaj, we were discussing the Gandhian concept of satyagraha. The idea that there is a Tower of Babel, so to speak, to quote another metaphor we've been using, that is always in the making, and it is always being destroyed and rebuilt, destroyed and rebuilt. And somehow this resonated with me in terms of the scientific method. And I wanted to ask you, what is the relation of truth in science, as much as we know of it today, to this creation of the universal, the way we've been discussing it with many of our guests tonight?
I think it's very much in the way we just heard about creation of universals more globally. Namely, first of all, science works because there's a dialogue. And there is a continuous dialogue between the scientists, with experimentals, with nature, with ideas, with cultures, with things that... But the key point, and I think one of the key ingredients that have made science successful and has become one of the tools for humankind that we share, I would say it's one of the gifts of the white tribe to humankind as a whole, in this exchange, which is the life of the planet. One of the key points is precisely realizing that no universal law is a universal, okay? In a sense, there was a short moment in which, sort of with Newtonianism, science fell in the trap of thinking, oh, we have got the final picture, we have got the ultimate description of reality. And it turned out to be wrong, of course, right? Why? Because that was just a moment in which there's a big jumping ahead, so everybody's happy that we have this thing. But then we realized that, no, there's nothing ultimate in Newton theory. It's an enormous amount of value, of course, but nothing ultimate, so nothing really universal. The Newton laws are not universals. So are the Maxwell universal? No, they're not, of course. Is quantum mechanical universal? Probably no, most likely not. Is general relativity universal? For sure not. We know it doesn't fit with quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is written today, doesn't fit with general relativity. But in our in the growth of scientific knowledge, the key ingredient that make it work, it's awareness that we might be wrong. It's constant awareness may be wrong, and a rule of the game in which you always have the sort of officially declared the right to question whatever I say, and to defer the ultimate, not ultimate, the judgment for the moment to some experiment, to something outside you and I, okay? So this weakens everybody and destroys any possibility of enunciating something final. So it's exactly the struggle to, through dialogue, get together to an agreement. Yeah, we all understand now it works this way. That's the best way of thinking about reality today. And at the same time, being open to the fact that is not final because something else could come out in the dialogue with other culture, other people, other ideas of nature.
Thank you, Carlo. Now, I have two quick last questions to wrap it up. One is, you said yesterday, and Lorenzo and I both wrote that down and thought we should ask you, you said we have so much in common, and that's why we fight. So I wanted to kind of ask you briefly to come back to that. And then, of course, also your contributions to the glossary, that we could add some contributions to these alternative names we could use actually to put people together to define a common horizon. So two quick last questions.
I'm very bad with names and glossary but I think that today, it's not the universal forever, but the universal that we need today, it's, how would I put, recognizing that around the planet we're a single tribe, a single political unit, we have common interests so much, which by far overcome the local interests. I don't know how to phrase that, but this seems to me what today we should rally, where the dream should be. The first question you asked me is because I keep hearing that the differences is what make us go into conflict. I keep hearing that because we're different, then there are conflicts in the world. The clash of civilizations. The Chinese have a communist party. They're really nasty. A communist party, of course, they eat children, so they cannot avoid going in common. Not to talk about Russia, how nasty they are. So it's a difference that makes us. I think that it's a complete misreading of reality. We are a little bit different, but everybody who travels the world knows that the difference is enormously less than what is claimed. We are so much similar, horrendously similar. So the differences are interesting. It's a little difference that we have is that what allows us to learn something more, to eat a better restaurant and get better food or get new cultural ideas and I listen about Confucius and what can I learn about that? But apart from this little difference, we're enormously similar, and that's what we fight. We fight because we're similar. We both want power. We both want wealth. We both want to overcome the other. Two boys in the same family, two children with the same father, same mother, same education, they fight because they're similar. One wants one thing and the other one, I want the same. So we're not fighting because we're different. We're fighting because we're similar. And when we start fighting, we tribalize, okay? And we fall into this emotion. The problem with rationality can be bad and good. The problem with emotion can be bad and good. We fall into this emotion that I have to defend my country. It's wonderful to defend your country against the breaking of country in apart. The problem is defending a country with the others, and you start. When I was, my father tells me that fascism was distributing around little pins with written Dios tra maledica gli inglesi. God, how do you translate that?
Hard to disagree. We're joking, of course.
Okay, I will translate that. God,
may God curse the British.
Curse the British, exactly. And now, you know, we are getting God curse the Russians all over. I just went to the Biennale. People were saying, "Oh, thanks God, there are no Russians here." Okay, that's the difference which is created because we're fighting, and not the other way around. Okay, everybody who traveled to Russia, they're just like us. Maybe they drink a little bit more vodka, but.
Yeah, maybe not God, but so many other people would actually agree with cursing them. But Carlo, thank you so very much for being with us.
Thank you very much, and thank you all.
Grazie. And it's now our great pleasure to welcome Frédérique Ait Touati. A very warm welcome.
Frédérique, welcome to this group of tired men asking you questions. You know the rules of the game, so I think you, yeah, we don't have to do anything to get this off the ground and start.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for this wonderful moment. What you did suits me so well. You took the viola like a guitar, and it's always what I do. You know, taking one thing and doing something else with it. So thank you, that was wonderful.
Tell us about your post-it.
Yes. Well, I was taking notes about my colleagues' great talks, and I was trying to write. You know, the first one is not the first score. What we don't want is a Hegelian prison or lighthouse as those kind of monuments. But basically, just to explain you that, I have to tell you the line at the back. What are the cosmograms of a rebuilt compositionist universalism? Just to explain that, I just have to share with you this idea of cosmograms that helps me think quite a lot. Because we've been talking about universalism all together, and very often one of the criticisms is to say, look, universalism is too abstract as a concept, or too, you know. But in fact, it has effects. It has had effects. We discussed them, colonialism, and it also has embodiments, material embodiments. So one of the things I was thinking of during those 2 days is how could we make actually a material history of universalism? Or should we make a material history of universalism? What are the maps, objects, buildings, things, models, artifacts that actually embody our idea of unity, totality, and hence what all the little things or little words or big words that were pronounced, like monad, is monad an interesting cosmogram, or again the lighthouse. So one of the questions is how to go beyond
this kind of very central, hegemonic buildings that were in our mind when we were thinking universalism. That's what I was trying to write on this little score.
Thank you. And actually, this idea of a material history of universalism with maps and artifacts almost makes me think that we could maybe do an exhibition. And that actually brings me to the first question, because in 1999, when I was a very young curator, together with my colleague Barbara van der Linden, we had this idea to do an exhibition on laboratorium, on the laboratory, the studio of the artist, the laboratory of the scientist, and to look at that also as a network condition, etc., etc. And we had an amazing, basically, client in Antwerp, because they did a show of Van Dyck, which was their blockbuster. And then they basically said, you know, your job is to experiment. We don't need to have many visitors, but you can just experiment, because we want Antwerp to be the laboratory city. So we put a group of artists and scientists together, and I rang up Bruno Latour. I was at the Musée d'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris at the time, and asked him to meet. He came to visit me at the museum, and he thought it was kind of absurd, you know, this idea that he basically as a scholar would be invited to participate in an exhibition. And he initially wasn't interested in it at all, so we rather stubbornly insisted. And he then came up with this fantastic idea to do a series of performances, which is the tabletop experiments. So he invited scientists and philosophers. Isabel Stengers, for example, did a Galileo experiment. Peter Gallison did an experiment. We had also artists and architects who did basically participate in these, tabletop experiments. The question was, can you bring an experiment from the laboratory, elsewhere, and can it still function? Anyway, Bruno enjoyed this experience so much in the end that he went on to curate, as we know, many exhibitions. And that brings us to you, because you, of course, collaborated with him intensely on some of them. Many happened at the ZKM. And I always remember the day when Bruno called me, and he was like super excited that he said that now, besides exhibition, he's also going to go into theater. And that, of course, had all to do with you and with him meeting you. And that leads me to the first question. Because in a way, in a celestial reimagining of Shakespeare's famous quote about the world being a stage, you have written about how the earth can be seen as an actor on a stage. So I want to ask you, tell us what you mean by that, who and what else is on the stage, and of course, in relation to today's debate, of particular interest, if the universal is an actor on a stage, or is it the stage itself, or is it a performance?
Yes, thanks for mentioning Bruno Latour, who was a bit of a lively ghost with us, I thought, during those days, in some of our thoughts. Bruno was saying something very interesting about universalism. He said that we tried to unify too quickly. And this is one of the problems of today, that we have to slow down. We can't just stop this idea of universalization, but we have to redo it completely. And that's something that all of us have said during those days, to rebuild, to recompose, to reconfigure, to renovate, to recreate. But the question is how to redo that. And again, that was one of the things Bruno was trying to do, to assemble assemblies differently. First to disassemble and then to reassemble, but in a slow way. And it's true that it's one of the things we've been trying to do in theater, because theater is a great way to. It's a kind of cosmogram. It's a stage on which we can try the way in which we assemble. It's a stage on which you can invite the people that make your world. But what was interesting with Gaia, as he was calling it, the Earth, is that it's not unified already. Exactly like humanity is not already unified. So the problem of how to arrange on stage, on the Teatro Mundi, the different elements We were talking together about particularities, fragmentation, how to unify slowly those elements is to me a stage problem. I'm a stage director. It's both a scenographic problem that's why I was talking about architecture. It's a problem of architecture, but it's also a dramaturgic problem. It's a problem of how do you act together. So those are the two things, set design and dramaturgy, that theatre can help us to think with as a cosmogram again, as a little model of the world.
Do you mean politics when you say dramaturgy?
Yes, because dramaturgy means action. But again, when we try to replace one word with another, it doesn't completely work, because politics means something specific about the police, and it's a certain scale, it's a certain type of people. So what I like with dramaturgy is that it doesn't tell you immediately who it is and how it acts. When you say politics, it's immediately humans. When I say dramaturgy, I mean I could invite other actors, all the variety, heterogeneous actors of the earth that we haven't really invited in our conversation yet.
We've invited a lot of mosquitoes, at least here.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But can I ask you, in connection to Carlo Rovelli, we've spoken about science until now, and you've written how fiction and scientific discovery often go together. And I was reminded of this sentence, I think it's Keats, of poets as the unrecognized legislators of the world. And so I wanted to ask you about the role of art, the role of artistic creation, perhaps the role of poetry in our discovery of the universal, and maybe how that connects to the role of science or the method of science.
And how it relates to universalism as well. No?
Oh, well.
Or independently. Because that's another...
At this stage of the night, you can answer any question you want.
I can try to answer that by one word. Cosmopoetics. Maybe it's good for you, glossary, maybe not. I like this word. It's a word by Kepler. Kepler said that the world is made by little bits that we need to assemble. Quite interesting for us. And this should be made through, and those little things make the world. Poyen, they fabricate the world. So he was trying to understand what he called cosmopoetics, which I would translate like world making. Of course, when we hear poetics, we hear a little bit poetic, although it isn't. But in Kepler, it's completely linked. The fact of making, composing, is also poetry, and he was doing all that together. The cosmopoetics is really a world that tries to compose science, forms, poetry, and in a way, politics again, because it's how to assemble.
So you've already answered my question for the glossary. So thank you for that. And we were thinking now that we are ending the end of this marathon, that it could be nice to actually have a connection. There have been so many connections between many of the speakers, but there is a very direct connection between you and the next speaker, the last speaker, Emanuele Coccia, because you actually collaborated. You collaborated on Le Cri de Gaia. So I wanted to ask you, before we then invite Emanuele to come on stage, to tell us about your collaboration. And as you already mentioned Gaia, and as you know, I've done this long interview with Lovelock on Gaia about 2 or 3 years before he passed away. And it was again a kind of a fascinating Bruno Latour story, because I rang Bruno and I said, you know, I'm going to do this long interview with Lovelock, and it would be really good to have some questions from him, because I'm not the absolute expert on Gaia. I made a lot of research, but Bruno would have more, you know, specialized questions. And Bruno said, you're going to waste your time because he's more than 100 years old. etc., etc. Anyway, the truth of the matter was that I convinced Bruno anyhow to send me the question, and when he got the recording, he couldn't believe it, because obviously Lovelock, until the very end, he wrote this amazing book, Nova Scene, also. And the book is really about him and Lim Margulis and this idea of Gaia, and we asked kind of contemporary writers to also give a sort of a new perspective on this idea of Margulis and Lovelock. So I was obviously most curious to hear more from you, what you and Emanuele did about Gaia.
Yes, thank you for that. It's completely in the continuation of what we did with Bruno, precisely about Margulis and Lovelock. And I just want to mention that we also did a kind of staging of the Parliament of Things idea of Bruno, which is very much about universalism and how to unify all that. And we worked a lot on those topics with Emanuele, and writing this book for Bruno, actually for his birthday, Le Cri de Gaia. And then Emanuele came with this amazing book called Philosophie de la Maison, Philosophy of the House, which is, again, very, very important, I think, for us today, because we mentioned different kind of home and house. And again, it's another maybe interesting cosmogram for us to think about, but a house without window and door, Barbara was saying. So anyway, I took this book by Emanuele, taking it as a very, very deep way of thinking about inhabiting the earth together. So the house is another scale, of course, for us. And because I didn't find the right cosmogram, I didn't find the right stage for that, we decided to do it with sound. So Earthscape is the play we did together with Emanuele, is actually a play staged in a sound set, in an architecture made of sound, in order to help us to think differently about the space we inhabit.
Frédérique, thank you very, very much. Thank you also for giving us something to look forward to, which is the exhibition on the Universal that I think Hans has just suggested we organize. So thank you so much, Frédérique.
Merci beaucoup.
It's a good idea.
And the book to launch the book.
Exactly. And
the finale.
The finale.
Emanuele Coccia. A very warm welcome.
Emanuele, we were thinking of changing the rules of the game for the last question and to read your post-it backwards. No, it's okay. But tell us about your post-it. Backwards, if you can.
So the Earth of all bodies flow through one single life, which works. So it works very well. Now, the idea was like to come down to earth, come down to facts, instead of speaking about what should be or what could be universal, and to take one single fact, which is the story of life on this planet, which is quite amazing, because in a way, we could say the planet has been unified through the history of life, because it's every single living being shares the same structure, and because of birth, every single body is connected with the very first living being that appeared on Earth. So because of the fact that you took your life from someone who was still alive, that means this chains never stop. That means that you are carrying over exactly the same life that appeared for the first time on Earth. So this is already an evidence of the fact that we are sharing a huge amount of stuff, not necessarily on a spatial level, but on a temporal level. And what is interesting of this story of this of the development of life on the planet is that, in a way, life produced this unity of the planet and this continuity of on the planet through a massive diversification. So in a way, it's quite an interesting model in order to think universalism, because it's like unity and diversity on the same piece of flesh. So,
thank you so much. And I wanted to begin with a question I wanted to actually ask you already yesterday. I wanted to ask you to speak about a non-anthropocentric universalism, about the role of plants, maybe about the universalism of plants. And I was also remembering a quote from Stefano Mancuso, whom you actually quote as well. And Mancuso said, love for animals is for everybody and love for plants is for adults. Let's talk about non-anthropocentric universalism, the universalism of plants and animals.
Yeah, perhaps it's just it's exactly what I just said, the fact that in a way we share, every single species and every single living being shares the same one single life, which is the life of all bodies. And this is like witnessed by first of all by the birth, because of what I said, but it's also witnessed, if you think about that, by the fact that we are eating each other. It's something that Carlo took over. We are not thinking about that, but eating is a very interesting phenomenon, because it means that there is one life that flows from the eaten to the eater, and the eaten and the eater, despite the diversity of species, kingdom, and whatever, they share one single life. So from this point of view, life, it's at the same time presupposes unity and it produces, again, unity. But I would say that we are perhaps on another, how can I say, this is the basis for our discourse, but perhaps it could be interesting to introduce, how can I say, if we are here, because we ask all the time during this 2 days, why are we here? There should be a reason. Yuk said there should be a reason why we are here. And if we are here, and if this kind of marathon and also, how can I say, event is important, is because something has happened which is not necessarily in continuity with what life produced. And this something is, I think, historical. We have passed through a undocumented and unwitnessed unification of the world on different levels. First of all, of course, what we call the globalization, so which is, despite all the violence, despite of the unjust, I mean the lack of fairness, has unified. This is incredible. This has unified the history of all people on Earth today. That was never the case in the past, that people had common history, violent histories, but a common past. So this is like unprecedented. Because of those kind of devices there, so that we now have unified the present of every single people in the world, because now we know that despite the violence and lack of justice that this devices, but every single present is connected to every other single present. We have unified the future of. It's what Margaret said about the fact that we have this extended and inclusive commonality of destiny, and this is something that. In a way, also climate change has produced, but also we have unified the space because climate change has showed, or also the also the COVID history has shown that the division of land, the division of territories is useless facing those kind of events. And this is, I think, the main, we can think of universally as we want, but there is this unprecedented unifying processes of past, present, future, and space that obliges us to formulate these kind of questions you just asked to all of us, I would say.
Yeah, let me ask a slightly provocative question, perhaps. You wrote a very beautiful text in advance of endless 48 hours of conversations on the universalism, in which you say, speaking about Augustine, we must strive to imagine a new political affiliation that binds every human being to the whole planet, not just to a single portion of it. And we urgently need to rethink the idea of a people, that is, a community, which, unlike the countless communities to which each of us belongs, possesses political dignity and the power to impose a common order. And what I find interesting in this is that it even goes one step further than what you said just now. Now you're telling us that the conditions of the earth are such that humanity is in itself a common humanity, a people, a common subject. But in this, you are saying that we must move from the in itself to the for itself. We must recognize and act upon our commonality. And yet, if you go around this beautiful biennale, what you see is an important celebration of diversity that, however, never tries to make that gesture of regrouping, of recomposing the world around a higher level order that celebrates the fragments, that builds it upon the fragments, but that supersedes the fragments. And so my question to you is, do you agree with that? And what is the path that we can go down in order to make humanity into something for itself and not just in itself?
No, thank you. It's a wonderful question. Thank you so much. First of all, because what you said showed, in a way, Hans, it's not your case, but how behind the art world is. How conservative and in many aspects reactionary the art world. And I'm telling that as a person who is working a lot in the art world. But the fact that it's still tolerated something that what just happened, it's unbelievable. So it's also unbelievable because it's not even a question of terms, concepts. It's an evidence. There is a very beautiful text by Rem Koolhaas about the generic city, who is speaking about something similar or what we are speaking here, which is like why cities are now so, in a way, similar the one to another. And he says something amazing, which is actually the problem is that archives and histories are now shrinking because the population has exploded, and we are too much in order to recognize ourselves in one single piece of the past. So, in a way, what is happening is that those identities are too little. It's like clothes that are for our childhood, and we still want to enter in this kind of, or we still want to recognize ourselves in pictures that witness of ages ago. So this is the fact, and it's happening probably because of what you are asking to us. We don't have names, we don't have concept, and we lack of institutions. I mean, if we once that we say we have to act on a planetary scale, there is not even a space where to do that. Or there is some imagination which is still in an embryonic phase. For instance, Frédérique that just spoke, she organized, it was already 10 years ago, I think, an amazing event in Paris, which was a pre-enactment of the COP21. And what was it? In a theater, in a huge theater on the suburbs of Paris. So it was a sort of huge conference about the rights of the world. What was interesting is that there was 200 students, I think, and there was not just the students were like playing the role of the representatives of, I don't know, the state, every state on the world, but there were also representatives of the forest, some oceans, the wind, I don't know. So we have to start to rethink also this kind of questions. So let's say we have like our house, like Ece said, it's the planet, but who is living on this planet? We have to, for instance, to make a sort of, to baptize the people who are living on this planet, because we are not, I mean, I don't know, for instance, who I am, because people saying I'm Italian, but I left Italy, I don't know,
voilà.
20, okay, yeah, thank you so much. But we should perhaps rethink also, start from this, perhaps baptizing, rebaptizing every single like living or person, object, actor perhaps in the world, like Pilato before, before something happened.
Now, we are out of time. There will be so many more things because I think we need a conversation on that, because I think one of the things which opened up here is also, you know, the future of exhibitions and what can exhibitions do. The question is, of course, also, you know, do we need exhibitions which, I mean, I often think, you know, there is an art biennial, there is a biennial for many other things in Venice. Do they have to be separated? You know, what would happen if all of a sudden the disciplines would actually come together, no? Because in a way...
exhibitions are an amazing tool.
In a way, they are the tool to bring it all together.
Yeah, I know, but exhibition is also, because, you know, it's difficult to understand historically what is the first form of exhibition. And there is a very beautiful passage in Plutarch. Plutarch is like an author of the first century era. And he wrote about a custom in Rome, in ancient Rome. In ancient Rome, before founding a city, you have to put the best parts in the world on the ground and then found the city. And this collection was called Mundus, world. In a way, every single exhibition is an exercise of this type. We are collecting the best part of the world on a single space, and it produces sort of map, a cosmogram, like Frédérique said. So that's why exhibitions are so important, because they are, in a way, twisting the world, producing out of the world a map of itself. Every time that we are entering in an exhibition, we are reading in this collection of objects a cartography of our present time, and we are able to behave in a different way, in a more conscious way, in the space and at the time we belong to. So from this point of view, perhaps the idea also that Frédérique showed, that we should perhaps rethink universalism as a material practice, because if we think about that, then we cannot say, no, universalism is good or bad. We are using all the time and producing all the time maps of the world. It's impossible to avoid that, because it's like, it's a need. The question is, how can we transform a map into an exhibition, which is like, how can we show what is the best of this world and not just the worst, perhaps. This is perhaps an interesting ethic of universalism.
I said at the beginning that we would slightly change the rules for the last speaker. And so I'm going to ask you a question on the glossary, but changing the rules a little bit. And instead of asking you for a word or a name for a glossary of the universal, can I ask you for an idea for an exhibition of the universal?
Wow, beautiful question. Thank you so much. So, the problem is that there is a huge history of exhibitions about the universal. I mean, from the Louvre
exactly.
or from the universal exhibitions up to today. I would say that the problem today is that we all have universal exhibitions or wannabe universal exhibitions in our pockets. Why is it interesting? Because actually those machines has like we just experienced today, those machines have transformed the idea of archive. In the past, an archive and then also the exhibition were static elements, static exposures of elements. Now we know that an archive is always producing new stuff. And the problem is we know that every time that you are exhibiting something, you're producing a new part of the world. So that's why, in a way, perhaps through these machines, first of all, universal exhibitions are everywhere. And so every single act of speaking or every single act of making an image of something, a picture of something, in a way multiply and extend this universal exhibition, which coincides with our world itself, in a way.
There could not be a better conclusion. Emanuele, thank you so much. Thank you.
Well done.
And I think we really want to thank again all our speakers. We should give them all another big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Hans.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you. I think the building is still open. It is now 11:06. We are perfectly on time, Hans. We're 6 minutes late.
It's not like last year where we ended a few minutes before midnight and missed almost the last boat.
The last boat. So you still have time to walk around Palazzo Dedo and visit Alexander Kluge's exhibition.
And the stair, the piece which premiered here, the stairs of Carsten Höller.
And if you like, you can come back and Hans and I will still be asking questions to each other by that point. So, thank you.